You wake up on Christmas morning, 1814. But this isn't the Christmas, you know. No tree, no gifts wrapped in paper that didn't exist yet. No turkey, because that's an American thing, and you're in England, where Christmas dinner is a goose if you're lucky, a potato if you're not. You're cold. The kind of cold that makes your bones ache. Your breath forms clouds in the air inside your own bedroom. Outside, snow blankets the countryside, but it's not the picturesque Hallmark version. It's the kind of snow that kills livestock and freezes children in their beds. Welcome to the most boring Christmas in human history. England, December 1814. The Napoleonic Wars are supposedly over. Bonaparte is safely tucked away on Elba, that Mediterranean island that's basically a luxury prison for deposed emperors. Europe has been at war for over 2 decades. Everyone's exhausted. The British economy is hemorrhaging money. Young men have been dying in Spanish mud and Egyptian sand for so long that an entire generation has grown up knowing nothing but war. And now, finally, peace. Or so they think. What the British don't know, what almost no one knows, is that across the Atlantic Ocean, America has been quietly preparing to invade Canada. Again. Because apparently, 1812 wasn't embarrassing enough for everyone involved. But here's where it gets interesting. On this particular Christmas morning, in a small town on the southern coast of England called Lyme Regis, a 23-year-old woman named Mary Anning is doing something that will accidentally save thousands of lives. She's digging up dinosaur bones. Not that anyone calls them dinosaurs yet. That word won't be invented for another 20 years. Mary calls them curiosities. Her neighbors call them devil's work. The clergy calls them evidence of God's mistakes before he got creation right. Mary doesn't care what anyone calls them. She sells them to rich idiots from London who want weird decorations for their parlors. What Mary doesn't know is that her fossil hunting has attracted attention from someone very dangerous. Someone who's been watching her. Someone who's about to accidentally stumble into the most elaborate, unintentional defense system in military history. Let's rewind. 3 months earlier, October 1814. A British naval frigate called H.M. Eurydice intercepts a suspicious vessel off the coast of France. They board it. Find nothing interesting except some very unusual correspondence hidden in the ship's ballast. The letters are in code. It takes British intelligence 3 weeks to crack it. When they do, they discover something terrifying. Napoleon's escape from Elba is already being planned. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is that the escape isn't happening in isolation. There's a coordinated attack being organized. Multiple fronts, multiple nations. Russia, still angry about 1812. France, obviously. And this is the kicker. A secret alliance with American privateers who've been promised British territory in Canada if they help facilitate Napoleon's return. The plan is called Operation Newell, Christmas Operation. The invasion is set for December 25th, 1814. While Britain celebrates Christmas, while her navy is in port, while her armies are demobilized and drunk, a joint Franco-American fleet will strike simultaneously at 3 points: Portsmouth, Liverpool, and, here's where it gets weird, Lyme Regis. Why Lyme Regis? Because Lyme Regis has something no one expects. It has Mary Anning. And Mary Anning, through a series of accidents so absurd they could only happen in real life, is about to turn her fossil hunting operation into the Home Alone trap that stops an invasion. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's talk about what Christmas was actually like in 1814. First, it wasn't a holiday yet. Not really. Christmas as we know it, the commercial frenzy, the family gatherings, the cultural obsession, that's a Victorian invention that won't happen for another 30 years. In 1814, Christmas is barely recognized. Most people work. Shops stay open. it's just another cold day in a cold winter. Second, England is broke. 22 years of war with France has drained the treasury. The national debt is astronomical. Taxes are crushing. Food is scarce because the Napoleonic continental system has destroyed trade routes. There's genuine concern that England might not survive economically, even if it survives militarily. Third, people are tired. War-weary doesn't begin to describe it. Entire towns have lost every young man to the military. Widows outnumber wives. Children grow up fatherless. The psychological toll is devastating, but no one has words for PTSD yet, so they just call it melancholy and drink themselves to death. Into this exhausted, impoverished, barely celebrating Christmas comes the single most audacious military operation of the age. And the only thing standing in its way is a working-class woman with a hammer and an obsessive interest in ancient reptiles. Mary Anning wakes up on Christmas morning, 1814, with no idea she's about to save Britain. She pulls on her fossil-hunting coat. Thick wool, patched 17 times, smells like seaweed and death. She grabs her tools, steps out into the freezing dawn. The beach at Lyme Regis is famous for its cliffs. Layers of blue limestone and shale, constantly eroding, constantly revealing new treasures from millions of years ago. Mary has been hunting these cliffs since she was 11. She knows every crevice, every dangerous spot, every place where the fossils hide. What she doesn't know is that last night, a French reconnaissance team landed 3 miles east. They're scouting invasion routes, and they're about to walk right into Mary's workspace, which, through sheer coincidence, has become the most elaborately booby-trapped stretch of coastline in England. Not on purpose, just because Mary Anning is very, very good at her job. If this feels too real, subscribe before history gets darker, because we're just getting started, and the bodies haven't even hit the beach yet. Let's talk about who Mary Anning actually is. Because you can't understand how one woman accidentally stops an invasion without understanding why she's on a freezing beach on Christmas morning digging up dead things in the first place. Mary Anning is born in 1799, Lyme Regis, Dorset. Her father is Richard Anning, a carpenter who supplements his income by selling fossils to tourists. This is the era when wealthy people from London travel to coastal towns to take the waters, basically drink seawater and pretend it cures their syphilis. Richard Anning realizes these idiots will buy anything if you tell them it's ancient and mysterious. So he starts selling fossils, ammonites mostly, spiral shells that look like ancient ram's horns. He tells tourists they're snake stones, actual snakes that were turned to stone by a local saint. Complete nonsense, obviously, but it sells. Mary is his youngest daughter. She has 10 siblings. 9 of them die in childhood. This is normal for the era. Life expectancy is brutal. If you survive past 5, you might make it to 40. If you're lucky. When Mary is 15 months old, lightning strikes the tree she's standing under. 3 women are holding her. All 3 women die instantly. Mary survives. People call it a miracle. Mary's father calls it proof the girl's marked for something. He starts taking her fossil hunting. By age 6, Mary can identify rock formations better than most geologists. By age 10, she's finding specimens her father can't identify. By age 11, when her father dies from tuberculosis and a fall off the cliffs, Mary becomes the family's primary breadwinner. She's 11 years old, and she's supporting her mother and brother by selling fossils to rich idiots from London. This is where Mary develops her methodology. Most fossil hunters work randomly. They walk the beach, look for exposed specimens, dig them out. It's inefficient, time-consuming, often dangerous because the cliffs are constantly eroding and rockfalls kill people regularly. Mary develops a system. She studies the tides, learns exactly when the water will expose fresh cliff face. She maps the different rock layers, learns which ones hold which types of fossils. She creates a network of support structures, wooden frames, rope systems that let her excavate specimens without bringing down the entire cliff. She also, entirely by accident, creates what will later be called defensive earthworks. Because here's the thing about Mary's fossil hunting operation. It looks, from a distance, exactly like military fortifications. The wooden frames? They look like artillery positions. The rope systems? They look like communication lines between defensive posts. The trenches she digs to access deeper fossils? They look like anti-personnel ditches designed to break enemy formations. And the piles of excavated rock she leaves everywhere? They look like improvised barricades. None of this is intentional. Mary's just trying to dig up ancient fish. But to a French reconnaissance team landing on the beach in the pre-dawn darkness of Christmas morning, 1814, it looks like the British have fortified the entire coastline. Let's switch perspectives. Captain Jean-Baptiste Mercier, French Navy, age 31, career officer, veteran of Austerlitz, Jena, Wagram. He's seen Napoleon at his peak. He's also seen Napoleon at Leipzig, watching the empire crumble. Mercier is a true believer. He thinks Bonaparte is humanity's best hope for rational governance. He thinks the British are medieval tyrants clinging to aristocratic privilege. He thinks Operation Newell is going to succeed because the British are complacent, exhausted, and not expecting anything. Mercier commands a reconnaissance team of 12 men. Their job: land at Lyme Regis 3 hours before the main invasion force. Assess beach defenses. Identify artillery positions. Mark safe landing zones. They approach the coast at 4 a.m. Christmas morning. The sea is rough but manageable. Their boat, a small cutter, fast and maneuverable, slides through the waves. They can see the cliffs of Lyme Regis rising from the darkness. No lights, no activity. Exactly as expected. Mercier orders his men to prepare for landing. They beach the cutter, wade through freezing surf, scramble up the rocky beach. And that's when they see it. The entire beach, stretching for half a mile in both directions, is covered in what looks like military fortifications. Wooden structures, trenches, rock piles, rope systems connecting multiple positions. Mercier freezes. This isn't in the intelligence reports. According to their information, Lyme Regis is undefended. It's a small town, no military garrison, no naval presence. That's why it was chosen as an invasion point. It's supposed to be easy. But this looks like the British have been expecting them for months. Mercier signals his men to take cover. They crouch behind rocks, trying to assess the situation. It's still dark, but dawn is coming. In the growing light, they can see more details. The wooden structures are definitely some kind of artillery position. The trenches are clearly designed to channel enemy forces into kill zones. The rock piles are barricades with firing positions. This is professional military engineering, which means the British know about Operation Newell, which means the entire invasion is compromised. Mercier makes a decision. He orders his men to retreat. They need to get back to the fleet, warn the commanders. If Lyme Regis is fortified, the other landing sites probably are too. They start moving back toward their boat. That's when they hear it. A sound like thunder. But not thunder, rockfall. Because Mary Onning has just started her workday by using a sledgehammer to break apart a section of cliff that's been blocking access to what she thinks is an ichthyosaur fossil. The cliff collapses. Rocks cascade down the beach. And 12 French soldiers, already on edge, think they're under artillery bombardment. They panic. Some run toward their boat. Others dive for cover. Two of them trip over Mary's rope systems and fall into her excavation trenches, 6 feet deep, lined with sharp rocks. Their screams echo across the beach. Mary, standing 50 yards away, covered in rock dust, holding a sledgehammer, squints through the pre-dawn darkness. She sees men running. She assumes they're smugglers. The coast is full of smugglers. Everyone knows this. The Napoleonic Wars have made smuggling incredibly profitable. French brandy, Dutch tobacco, anything that avoids British taxes. Mary doesn't care about smugglers. They don't bother her. She doesn't bother them. But these smugglers are running through her worksite. They're going to damage her excavation. Marianne Ning does not tolerate people damaging her excavations. She starts walking toward them, sledgehammer in hand, yelling. In French, because Mary taught herself French so she could read Cuvier's papers on comparative anatomy. To the French soldiers, already terrified, it sounds like a British officer is shouting tactical commands. They see a figure emerging from the dust, silhouetted against the rising sun, carrying what looks like a weapon. Behind her, more rock falls. The entire cliff seems to be coming apart. It looks like a coordinated ambush. Mercier makes the call. He screams at his men to abandon position. Get to the boat. Get out. They scramble across the beach. 2 men are limping from their falls into Mary's trenches. One man has twisted his ankle on her rope system. They're leaving a clear trail in the sand, blood from various injuries. They reach their boat, push off, row desperately into the surf. Mary watches them go, confused. Smugglers usually don't panic like that. She shrugs, returns to her fossil. 2 hours later, the French reconnaissance report reaches the invasion fleet. Lyme Regis is heavily fortified. British forces are alert and deployed. Recommend abort. The invasion fleet commander reads the report, reads it again. If Lyme Regis is fortified, what about Portsmouth? Liverpool? He sends urgent messages to the other attack groups. Request status update. Are your targets fortified? The answer comes back, unknown, approaching with caution. The commander makes a decision. Operation Newell is compromised. The British know. The element of surprise is lost. He orders the fleet to abort. 300 ships, 20,000 men, all turning around because of Mary Anning's rock collection. And she still has no idea. Here's what's happening while Mary chips away at an ichthyosaur skull. The greatest military operation of 1814 is falling apart. Across the English Channel, aboard the French flagship Temeraire, Admiral Louis-René Levasseur de Latouche-Treville is reading reconnaissance reports and experiencing what we'd now call a complete psychological breakdown. Latouche-Treville is 62 years old. He's one of the few French admirals who actually beat Nelson in combat, a brief engagement off the French coast in 1804 that no one remembers because Nelson won Trafalgar. The next year in dying erases all your previous losses. He's been brought out of retirement for Operation Newell because he's one of the few commanders Napoleon trusts who isn't currently dead, imprisoned, or serving the new Bourbon regime. He looks at Mercier's report from Lyme Regis. Then at the reports coming from scouts near Portsmouth and Liverpool. Portsmouth, unusual naval activity. Multiple ships preparing for rapid deployment. Liverpool, civilian population evacuated from waterfront districts. Possible advance warning of attack. Everything suggests the British know. But how? The operation has been planned in absolute secrecy. Communications have been coded. Personnel have been compartmentalized. There's been no breach in security that anyone can identify, unless Latouche-Treville considers the possibility that terrifies every military commander. The spy you don't know about. The agent so deep inside your operation that they have access to everything. If the British have someone inside Operation Newell's planning committee, then every aspect of the invasion is compromised. Every landing site, every timeline, every objective. The invasion isn't just risky now, it's suicide. La Treville makes the hardest decision of his career. He orders the fleet to stand down. Cancel Operation Newell. Return to port. 300 ships begin turning around. 20,000 soldiers who were expecting to see combat in hours are suddenly told they're going home. The invasion that was supposed to restore Napoleon to power never happens. And none of them will ever know why. Because the British don't know either. Let's jump to London. The Admiralty Building, Whitehall. Christmas morning, 1814. First Lord of the Admiralty, Robert Dundas, 2nd Viscount Melville, is nursing a hangover and reading reports. This is his routine, even on Christmas. Especially on Christmas, because that's when people think you're not paying attention. Melville is 44 years old. He's been running the Royal Navy through the final years of the Napoleonic Wars. He's exhausted. Everyone's exhausted. But the job requires constant vigilance, because even though Napoleon is on Elba, his loyalists are aware. Melville reads intelligence reports from the continent. Unusual ship movements near Cherbourg. Large-scale provisioning operations in French ports. Increased communications traffic between France and America. He doesn't like it. Something's happening. He can feel it. The war might be officially over, but peace is just a moment between stabbings. Melville writes orders. Increase naval patrols. Extend reconnaissance operations. Put coastal defenses on alert. It's pure paranoia. But paranoia is how Britain has survived 20 years of war. His orders go out to regional commanders on December 23rd, 2 days before Operation Newell is scheduled to begin. The orders are relatively minor, nothing dramatic. Just stay alert, maintain readiness, don't let your guard down. But they have an effect. Ships that were supposed to be in port for Christmas instead patrol the channel. Coastal batteries that were supposed to be on skeleton crews instead maintain full staffing. Local militias that were supposed to be celebrating instead conduct routine drills. When French reconnaissance teams scout British positions, they see a navy that appears ready for combat. They don't see a force on holiday. They see a force prepared, which makes it look like the British know about Operation Newell, which they don't. It's just Melville's paranoia coincidentally aligning with actual French intentions. And when Mercier reports that Lyme Regis tiny, insignificant Lyme Regis is fortified, that's the detail that makes everything click. Because if the British are fortifying Lyme Regis, a town with no strategic value, then they must know the specific details of French planning. They must know that Lyme Regis is a target, which means they know everything, which means the invasion is doomed. All because Mary Anning leaves her excavation equipment scattered across a beach. Back to Mary. She's still digging. The sun is fully up now. Christmas morning, proper. She's uncovered about 3 feet of ichthyosaur spine. It's a beautiful specimen. She can already imagine the price some London collector will pay. Maybe £50, maybe more if she can extract the skull intact. She works methodically. Chip away excess rock. Expose the fossil. Apply consolidant, a mixture of carpenter's glue and alabaster that hardens the bone so it doesn't crumble when removed from the matrix. She's been doing this for 12 years. She's arguably the best fossil hunter in England. And she has no formal education, because women aren't allowed in universities. The Geological Society of London won't admit women for another 100 years. Mary will die in 1847, age 47, from breast cancer. She spent her entire life being ignored, dismissed, and having her discoveries claimed by men. Charles Dickens will write about her posthumously, calling her the greatest fossilist the world ever knew. But on Christmas morning, 1814, she's just a young woman on a beach, covered in mud, smelling like dead fish, completely unaware that she's accidentally altered the course of history. She hears horses coming down the path from town. This is unusual. No one comes to the fossil beach on Christmas morning. It's too cold, too early, too everything. Mary looks up. 3 riders. British cavalry uniforms. Officers, based on the insignia. They rein in their horses at the edge of her excavation site. The lead officer, Captain something, Mary doesn't catch the name, dismounts. He looks around at the wooden frames, the trenches, the rock piles. He looks at Mary. Miss Onning? Mary nods. She's confused. Military officers don't usually know her name. We received reports of suspicious activity on this beach early this morning. Can you describe what you observed? Mary thinks. Just some smugglers, I think. They were running around, making noise. Fell into my excavation. Then they left. The captain exchanges looks with his colleagues. These smugglers, how many? Maybe a dozen? Did they have weapons? Probably. Smugglers usually do. Did they say anything? Not really, just yelling. They seemed scared of something. The captain nods. He walks around the excavation site, examining the structures. Miss Onning, are these fortifications? Mary laughs. No, they're fossil extraction equipment. I'm digging up an ichthyosaur. A what? Ancient sea reptile. Died about 200 million years ago. The captain stares at her. He looks at the wooden frames that look exactly like artillery positions. He looks at the trenches that look exactly like defensive earthworks. He looks at Mary, covered in mud, holding a geological hammer, explaining Mesozoic marine paleontology. He realizes something. Whatever those men were, smugglers, French scouts, whoever, they saw this excavation site and ran away. They thought it was a military installation, which means if they were French scouts, they reported back that Lyme Regis is fortified, which means France thinks Britain knows about whatever they were planning, which means whatever they were planning isn't happening. The captain starts laughing. He can't help it. The absurdity is overwhelming. Miss Onning, he says, I think you may have just prevented an invasion. Mary looks at him like he's insane. I'm digging up a fish. Yes, well, keep digging. The officers remount. They ride back toward town. Mary returns to her ichthyosaur. She chips away another section of rock. The skull is starting to emerge. Beautiful. Complete. This is going to be her best find yet. She has no idea, and she never will. Here's what happens next. Operation Newell officially stands down on December 26th. The fleet disperses. Napoleon remains on Elba for now. He'll escape in March 1815, leading to the 100 Days in Waterloo, but that's a different story. The British government learns through intelligence intercepts that France had planned something for Christmas Day, but the details are vague. They know it was naval. They know it was multi-pronged. They never learn about Lyme Regis specifically. Melville writes in his diary, Providence favors the prepared. He thinks his paranoid orders prevented an attack. He's not wrong, but he's not right either. Mary sells her ichthyosaur to a London collector for £63, a fortune. She used the money to support her mother through the winter and buy better excavation tools. She continues hunting fossils. In 1823, she discovered the first complete plesiosaurus. In 1828, the first British pterodactyl. Her discoveries will fundamentally reshape understanding of prehistoric life. Scientists from across Europe will visit her shop. They'll use her work without credit. They'll publish papers based on her findings. They'll become famous while she remains unknown. But on Christmas morning, 1814, none of that matters. She's just digging. And somewhere across the channel, 20,000 soldiers are getting drunk and wondering what the hell just happened. The invasion that never was, stopped by a woman with a hammer. History's most boring miracle. 3 days after Christmas, a coded message arrives at the Foreign Office in London. It's from a British agent in Paris. Codename Scarlet. The message reads, "Major operation cancelled Christmas Day. Stop French military leadership in disarray. Stop seeking information on security. Breach stop. Lord Castlereagh, Foreign Secretary, reads this with intense interest." So the French were planning something, and they think there was a security breach. Which means they think Britain knew about their operation. Which means they think Britain has a spy inside their planning committee. Castlereagh smiles. This is tradecraft perfection. Even when you don't know what's happening, make the enemy think you do. They'll panic. They'll start hunting for spies who don't exist. They'll paralyze their own operations with paranoia. Castlereagh drafts a response to Scarlet. Maintain cover stop. Allow French to believe security compromise stop. Do not confirm or deny British knowledge stop. It's a masterpiece of disinformation. By not claiming credit for stopping Operation Newell, Britain makes France think the penetration of their intelligence is even deeper than it actually is. The French will waste months hunting for a spy that doesn't exist. All because Mary Anning left her equipment on a beach. But Castlereagh doesn't know about Mary. No one in the British government knows about Mary. The cavalry captain who visited her beach filed a report, but it was vague. Suspicious activity near Lyme Regis. Possible smugglers. No threat to national security. The report gets filed in the massive bureaucracy of the British military system and forgotten. So the official narrative becomes, British intelligence was so good, so thorough, so sophisticated that they detected and prevented a major French operation without even knowing the specific details. It makes Britain look omniscient. It terrifies France, and it's complete bullshit. Let's talk about how intelligence actually works. Because there's a myth about spycraft that Hollywood loves. The brilliant analyst who connects disparate clues and predicts enemy action with perfect accuracy. That's not real. Real intelligence is chaos. You have thousands of reports coming in from hundreds of sources. Most of the information is garbage, rumors, speculation, deliberate misinformation. Some of it is accurate but meaningless. A tiny fraction is actually useful. The problem is you don't know which is which. So intelligence services develop a methodology. First, collect everything. Every rumor. Every intercepted communication. Every observation from every agent. Second, categorize. Sort the information by source reliability, content credibility, potential significance. Third, analyze. Look for patterns. Cross-reference. Try to construct a coherent picture. Fourth, act. Based on incomplete information, make decisions that might save or cost thousands of lives. It's terrifying. And it's mostly guesswork. Melville's paranoid orders on December 23rd. That was guesswork. He saw unusual activity in French ports. He felt uneasy. So he ordered increased readiness. He didn't know about Operation Newell. He just knew something felt wrong. That's not genius. That's anxiety with institutional authority. But it worked. Which means in the official histories, it will be recorded as genius. Because history is written by people who know how things turned out. They see the decision that worked and assume it was brilliant. They don't see the 100 other decisions that were just as justified but didn't matter. This is called survivorship bias. And it makes historical figures seem smarter than they were. Melville will be remembered as the First Lord who kept Britain safe during the final crisis of the Napoleonic Wars. He'll never know that The safety came from a 23-year-old woman with no formal education who was looking for ancient fish. Meanwhile, in France, the witch hunt begins. Latouche Treville, convinced there's a spy in Operation Newell, starts investigating everyone involved in planning. He interrogates officers, reviews communications logs, analyzes who had access to what information. He finds nothing, because there's nothing to find. But the absence of evidence makes him more paranoid, not less. If he can't find the spy, that means the spy is very good, which means they're probably high-ranking, which means he can't trust anyone. This is how intelligence paranoia works. Once you believe you've been penetrated, every innocent action looks suspicious. Every mistake looks like sabotage. Every coincidence looks like enemy action. Latouche Treville starts seeing traitors everywhere. He reports his concerns to the provisional government in Paris. They're already unstable. The Bourbon Restoration is new, unpopular, and constantly threatened by Napoleonic loyalists. The government starts its own investigation. They arrest 3 officers on suspicion of collaboration with the British. These officers are innocent. They were nowhere near Operation Newell. But they were Napoleonic loyalists, which makes them politically inconvenient, and now there's an excuse to remove them. This is how purges begin. One innocent man is arrested. Under interrogation, which in 1815 means torture, he's forced to name accomplices. He names other innocents, just to make the pain stop. Those men are arrested, interrogated, forced to name more names. Within 2 months, 43 officers are in prison. None of them were spies. But the French military is now thoroughly convinced that British intelligence penetrated Operation Newell at the highest levels. They become paranoid about future operations. They start assuming every plan is compromised. They become operationally paralyzed, all because Mary Ann Ning scared some scouts on a beach. Let's switch to the American side, because Operation Newell wasn't just French. There was an American component. Remember, the War of 1812 officially ended with the Treaty of Ghent, signed December 24, 1814. But news traveled slowly. The Battle of New Orleans happened January 8, 1815, 2 weeks after the treaty was signed, because nobody knew the war was over. And some American privateers, essentially legal pirates, had been in negotiations with French agents about coordinated action against British Canada. These privateers were promised territorial concessions if Operation Newell succeeded. They'd get trading rights in Canadian ports, maybe even land grants. When Operation Newell collapses, these privateers are left in an awkward position. They've committed ships and men to an operation that never happened. They've spent money preparing, and now they have nothing to show for it. Some of them decide to go ahead with independent attacks on British shipping. Just harass supply lines, capture merchant vessels, maintain pressure. This creates a weird situation. The War of 1812 is officially over, but American privateers are still attacking British ships because they don't accept that the war ended without them getting what they want. The British Navy has to respond. So now there's this undeclared, unofficial naval conflict in the North Atlantic. It lasts for 6 months. It results in about 40 ship captures on both sides. And it's all because Operation Newell created expectations that collapsed. Historians call this period the informal conflict. It's barely mentioned in textbooks, but it represents thousands of lives disrupted, dozens of ships sunk, and a lingering bitterness that will poison Anglo-American relations for another decade. All downstream effects of that Christmas morning on a beach in Dorset. Back to Mary, January 1815. She's excavating a new site further along the coast. She's thinking about ichthyosaurs, about their body structure, about how these creatures lived millions of years before humans existed. She's wondering, if these reptiles dominated the seas for so long, why did they disappear? It's a question scientists won't be able to answer for another 150 years. Meteor impact, mass extinction, the end of the Mesozoic era. But Mary is already thinking about deep time, about the immensity of geological history, about how humanity is just a brief moment in an incomprehensibly vast story. She's 23 years old. She's uneducated by institutional standards, but she's thinking about questions that won't be properly formulated until the 20th century. A local newspaper runs a small article about her fossil finds. It misspells her name. It gets the species wrong. It implies that a local gentleman, Mr. Henry Host Henley, made the actual discoveries and Mary just assisted. This is standard. Women's achievements are routinely credited to nearby men. Mary reads the article, shrugs. She doesn't care about newspapers. She cares about fossils. What she doesn't know, what she never know, is that a French intelligence report, filed in December 1814, mentions fortifications at Lyme Regis. That report will sit in military archives for 180 years. In 1995, a graduate student researching Napoleonic invasion planning will find it. She cross-referenced it with British records. She discovered that there were no fortifications at Lyme Regis. She investigated what was actually there. She find Marianne Ning's name. She realized what happened. She write a paper, Accidental Deterrence, How Fossil Excavation Prevented the Christmas Invasion of 1814. The paper will be ignored. The academic journals aren't interested in stories about women accidentally stopping invasions. It's too weird, too implausible. But it's true, every word. And this is just the beginning of how strange things get. Let's talk about causation. Because here's the problem with history. Every event has infinite causes. You can trace back the chain of decisions, accidents, and coincidences indefinitely. Why did Operation Mule fail? Because Mary Ann Ning's fossil equipment looked like fortifications. But why was Mary on that beach? Let's talk about causation. Because here's the problem with history. Every event has infinite causes. You can trace back the chain of decisions, accidents, and coincidences indefinitely. Why did Operation Mule fail? Because Mary Ann Ning's fossil equipment looked like fortifications. But why was Mary on that beach on Christmas morning? Because she needed money. Her mother was ill. Winter meant fewer tourists, which meant fewer fossil sales. She had to work every day, including Christmas, to survive. But why was her mother ill? Because they lived in poverty. Inadequate heating, poor nutrition, the stress of losing 9 children. Poverty is a chronic illness that no one counts in the death statistics. But why were they poor? Because Mary's father died when she was 11, and women in 1810 couldn't own property, couldn't inherit businesses, couldn't access capital to expand operations. But why did her father die? Because he fell off a cliff while fossil hunting, compounding tuberculosis he'd contracted years earlier from working in damp conditions as a carpenter. You can keep going back. Every historical event is a massive pile of contingencies stacked on accidents, stacked on decisions that seemed insignificant at the time. Operation Mule failed because of poverty, sexism, disease, economic necessity, and blind chance, which is how most historical events actually work. But that's not how we tell the story. We prefer narratives about great men making great decisions, generals outsmarting each other, intelligence services running brilliant operations, clear causes producing clear effects. The truth is Messier. The truth is that history is mostly chaos that we retrospectively organize into coherent narratives, because the alternative, admitting that everything is random and nothing makes sense, is too terrifying to accept. Let's follow some of those butterfly wings. February 1815. Napoleon escapes from Elba. This is supposedly impossible. The island is guarded. He's under surveillance. But Napoleon bribes some guards, steals a ship, and sails back to France. He lands near Cannes on March 1st. The government sends troops to arrest him. Instead, the troops join him. Within 3 weeks, Napoleon has marched to Paris without firing a shot. The Bourbon king flees. Bonaparte is back in power. This is the 100 Days, the final act of Napoleon's career, ending at Waterloo in June. But here's the interesting part. Napoleon's return is only possible because the French military is paralyzed by the Operation Newell paranoia. Remember those 43 officers arrested in January? They were key commanders. Their removal created a power vacuum. The military leadership is fractured, suspicious, unable to coordinate effectively. So when Napoleon returns, there's no organized resistance. The military structure that should stop him has been destroyed by a witch hunt for spies who don't exist. Which means Napoleon's return, and therefore Waterloo, and therefore the final end of the Napoleonic Wars, is indirectly caused by Marianne Ning scaring some French scouts on a beach. You can't prove this causation, but you can't disprove it either. That's the thing about butterfly effects. They're unfalsifiable. Another thread. One of the American privateers involved in Operation Newell is a ship called the Liberty. Captain James Morrison, age 34, out of Baltimore. Morrison has invested everything in this operation. He's mortgaged his ship, borrowed money from investors, recruited a crew of 50 men with promises of prize money from captured British vessels. When Operation Newell collapses, Morrison is financially ruined. He can't pay his crew, can't pay his investors, can't maintain his ship. He makes a desperate decision. He's going to conduct raids anyway. Unofficial, unauthorized, just pure piracy. Capture British merchant ships, sell the cargo, recoup his losses. In March 1815, the Liberty attacks a British merchant vessel off Nova Scotia. The British ship is the Mary Catherine, carrying timber from Canada to England. Morrison's crew boards the Mary Catherine. They're expecting valuable cargo, maybe tea, maybe textiles, maybe anything worth money. Instead, timber. Worthless, heavy timber. Morrison is furious. He's wasted ammunition, risked his crew, violated international law, all for wood. He's about to let the Mary Catherine go when one of his crew discovers something in the captain's cabin. Documents. Financial documents. The Mary Catherine isn't just carrying timber. It's carrying investment records for the Hudson's Bay Company's latest expansion into the Pacific Northwest. These documents detail fur trading routes, indigenous trading partnerships, expected profit margins, territorial claims. Morrison realizes this information is worth more than any cargo. He takes the documents, releases the Mary Catherine, sails back to Baltimore. He sells the information to American fur trading companies, makes enough money to pay his debts and then some. This information will help American fur traders compete with British operations in the Pacific Northwest. It will accelerate American territorial expansion westward. It will contribute to tensions over the Oregon Territory that won't be resolved until the 1846 treaty. All because Operation Newell failed and Morrison needed to recoup his losses. All because Marianne Ning was digging up fossils on Christmas morning. The chain of causation is absurd, unprovable, but entirely plausible. Let's go back to England. April 1815. Mary sells another ichthyosaur. This one's smaller, less complete, but still valuable. Pound 38. She uses the money to buy books. This is unusual. Books are expensive. Most working class people don't buy books. They can't read, or they can read but can't afford books, or they can afford books but don't see the point. Mary buys books on anatomy, geology, comparative zoology. She reads French and Latin. Self-taught. She needed French to read Cuvier. She needed Latin to read Linnean taxonomy. She's building a personal library that would shame most university professors. And she's doing it while living in a small house on the coast, supporting her mother, running a fossil business that barely keeps them fed. In the evenings, after work, Mary draws. She makes anatomical drawings of the fossils she's found. Detailed, accurate illustrations that show bone structure, articulation, probable musculature. These drawings are scientifically valuable. They show details that photographs won't be able to capture for another 30 years. Mary sends some drawings to scientific societies in London. They're rejected. Not because they're inaccurate, because they're from a woman. The Geological Society of London has a policy. No women members. No women presenters. No women authors on published papers. Mary's work gets used. Geologists visit her shop, examine her specimens, copy her insights, but never credited. In 1824, William Conybeare will publish a paper describing the Plesiosaurus. He'll use Mary's fossil, Mary's excavation notes, Mary's anatomical drawings. He'll thank her in a footnote. One sentence, buried in the middle of a 47-page paper. This is what scientific achievement looks like for women in 1824. But here's what's interesting. Mary doesn't stop. She keeps digging, keeps discovering, keeps documenting. Not because she expects recognition, but because she needs to know. She's genuinely curious about these ancient creatures, about how they lived, what they ate, how they died. She's a scientist in everything but official recognition. And she's conducting research that will reshape paleontology, while simultaneously, accidentally, having stopped a military invasion. The universe is absurd. Meanwhile, Napoleon is marching toward Waterloo. June 18, 1815. Belgium. Two armies meet. The British-led coalition under Wellington, the French under Napoleon. It's close. Closer than anyone expected. Wellington later says it was the nearest run thing you ever saw in your life. Napoleon loses. He's exiled again, this time to St. Helena, a tiny island in the South Atlantic, remote, inescapable. He'll die there in 1821. The Napoleonic Wars are finally, definitively over. Europe begins reorganizing. The Congress of Vienna creates a new political order. Kingdoms are redrawn. Alliances are formed. The 19th century begins in earnest. And in Lyme Regis, Marianne is digging up a Plesiosaurus. She doesn't care about Waterloo. Doesn't care about Napoleon. Wars are distant things that happen to other people. What matters is this fossil. This perfectly preserved skeleton of a creature that lived 200 million years ago. She excavates it over 3 months. Careful, methodical work. Every bone must be extracted without damage. Every piece must be documented. When she's done, she has the most complete Plesiosaurus ever found. She sells it to a collector for £100, a fortune. More money than most working-class families see in a year. She uses it to buy more books, better tools, and to support her mother through another winter. The collector who bought the Plesiosaurus will donate it to a museum after his death. It will become one of the most studied fossils in paleontology. Textbooks will reference it. Scientists will examine it. Millions of people will see it. None of them will know Mary's name. Not for 100 years, but the fossil will endure, which, in a weird way, is more permanent than any military victory. Napoleon is forgotten by most people. Ask a random person on the street about the Napoleonic Wars, and they'll maybe remember Waterloo, maybe Napoleon's name, probably nothing else. But show them a Plesiosaurus skeleton, and they'll recognize it immediately. Dinosaurs, or more accurately, Mesozoic marine reptiles, But let's not be pedantic, are more culturally enduring than emperors. Mary's work outlasts Napoleon's, which seems like justice, even though she never received justice in her lifetime. Here's the fundamental question. Does any of this matter? Does it matter that Mary Ann Ning accidentally stopped an invasion she never knew about? Does it matter that Operation Newell failed because of mistaken identity? Does it matter that Napoleon's return was enabled by paranoia, triggered by a false alarm? From one perspective, no. History happened the way it happened. The mechanisms are irrelevant. We care about outcomes, not processes. From another perspective, yes. Understanding the mechanisms reveals how fragile everything is. How much of history is accident, coincidence, and misinterpretation. Great man theory suggests that history is shaped by the decisions of powerful individuals. That Napoleon, Wellington, Melville, and other leaders determined the course of events through their choices. But what if history is actually shaped by a working-class woman with a hammer who scared some scouts because her workplace looked weird? That's not great man theory. That's chaos theory applied to human events. And it's probably more accurate. Because here's what we know about complex systems. They're sensitive to initial conditions. Small changes propagate. Butterfly effects are real. Mary being on that beach on that specific morning changed things. Not dramatically. Not in ways anyone could track in real time. But the ripples spread. Operation Newell fails. French military purges itself. Napoleon returns to a weakened opposition. Waterloo happens. The 19th century begins. European colonialism expands. American westward expansion accelerates. The modern world emerges. All of it downstream from an infinite number of causes, including a woman digging up fossils. History doesn't have a neat narrative. History is 10,000 dominoes falling in patterns we only recognize in hindsight, and we've only just started falling. Let's talk about memory, not personal memory, historical memory. The way events get remembered or don't get remembered, and why. Because here's the uncomfortable truth. Most history is forgotten, not because it wasn't important, because it wasn't recorded, or it was recorded, but the records were lost. Or the records survived, but no one read them. Or people read them, but didn't find them interesting enough to retell. History is a curation problem. We remember what gets written down, preserved, repeated, taught, mythologized. We forget everything else. Mary Ann Ning's role in stopping Operation Newell was forgotten because it was never properly known. The cavalry captain who visited her beach filed a vague report. That report was archived. The archive was reorganized 17 times over 2 centuries. The original report was misfiled, then lost, then accidentally thrown away during a modernization effort in 1923. By the time historians started researching the Napoleonic period's end, the physical evidence was gone. All that remained were French military documents mentioning fortifications at Lyme Regis, which historians assumed were real fortifications that had since been dismantled. No one thought to ask, what if they weren't fortifications? Because that question is too weird, too implausible. Serious historians don't ask implausible questions, which is why serious historians miss most of history. Let's compare 2 people. Mary Ann Ning and Arthur Wellesley, 1st Duke of Wellington. Wellington defeated Napoleon at Waterloo. He's one of the most famous military commanders in history. There are statues of him across England. Schools are named after him. His life has been chronicled in hundreds of books. We know what Wellington ate for breakfast on the morning of Waterloo. We know what he said to his officers. We know what he thought about the battle's outcome. We know everything about Wellington because powerful men get their stories recorded. Mary Ann Ning probably saved more lives than Wellington. Operation Newell involved 20,000 soldiers, who would have fought and died in a failed invasion, but we know almost nothing about her. We don't know what she thought about her work. We don't know her personal beliefs. We don't have her diary. We have 17 letters she wrote to scientific correspondents, mostly brief notes about fossil sales. That's it. 17 letters. The documentary record of one of the 19th century's most important scientists. This is what historical memory looks like for people without power. You exist in fragments, footnotes, brief mentions in other people's stories. You disappear. Mary knows this, actually. She's not stupid. She sees how the system works. She discovers fossils. Men come to examine them. Men take notes. Men write papers. Men become famous. Her name appears, occasionally, in acknowledgments. Thanks to Miss Onning for providing the specimen. As if she's a fossil vendor, not a researcher. As if she's just the person who dug it up, not the person who understood what it meant. In 1839, Mary writes a letter to a friend. It's one of the 17 that survive. She says, "The world has used me so unkindly. I fear it has made me suspicious of everyone." This is as close as Mary comes to expressing bitterness. She's 40 years old. She's been fossil hunting for 29 years. She's made discoveries that revolutionize paleontology. And she's still struggling financially, still unrecognized, still invisible. The Geological Society of London still won't admit women. The British Association for the Advancement of Science still won't let women present papers. Universities still won't hire women as professors. Mary has no institutional power, no platform, no voice. She has fossils. And fossils, at least, don't care about gender politics. A plesiosaurus skeleton is scientifically valuable whether it's found by a man or a woman. The bones don't change. The knowledge doesn't diminish. So Mary keeps digging. Because what else can she do? Here's something interesting. Scientific knowledge survives even when the scientist doesn't. Mary's discoveries, the ichthyosaurs, the plesiosaurus, the pterodactyl fossils, those are permanent contributions to human knowledge. The fact that we forgot her name for a century doesn't change the scientific impact. The fossils exist. The knowledge exists. The understanding of prehistoric life that Mary helped create, that's real, regardless of credit. This is both comforting and horrifying. Comforting because it means good work endures even when recognition doesn't. Horrifying because it means you can change the world and still be forgotten. Mary changed paleontology. Her work directly led to the development of evolutionary theory. Darwin references fossils collected by Miss Anning in his notebooks. The concept of extinction, that species can disappear entirely, that's based partially on Mary's discoveries. Without Mary, our understanding of deep time would be different. Maybe delayed by decades. Maybe developed in a different direction. She mattered. But the 19th century forgot her anyway. Because memory is political. Recognition is political. History is written by people with institutional power, and Mary had none. Let's zoom out. It's 1847. Mary is dying. Breast cancer. It started 3 years ago. By now, it's everywhere. The pain is constant. Laudanum helps, but only slightly. Mary is 47 years old. She spent 36 years fossil hunting. Her body is wrecked from the work. Constant exposure to cold and damp has destroyed her joints. Multiple falls have left her with chronic pain. Her hands are gnarled from decades of using geological hammers. She's lying in bed in her small house in Lyme Regis. Outside, the sea crashes against the cliffs. The same cliffs she's been excavating for 36 years. The same cliffs that hold millions of years of history. Mary thinks about ichthyosaurs, about how they dominated the seas for 150 million years, how they survived multiple extinction events, how they evolved, adapted, thrived. and then disappeared completely. Nothing survived. The lineage ended. All that remains are fossils. And even the fossils would have remained buried and unknown if someone hadn't dug them up. Mary wonders, is that what happens to people too? You exist. You work. You contribute. You die. And then you're buried. Forgotten. Unless someone digs you up. Unless someone tells your story. She doesn't know that 170 years later, historians will rediscover her. That the Royal Society will posthumously recognize her as one of the 10 most influential women in British science. That children will learn her name in schools. She dies thinking she's been forgotten, which, for most of her death, she is. The Geological Society of London holds a meeting to acknowledge her passing. This is unusual. They don't usually acknowledge women. But Mary was too significant to ignore completely. They give a brief eulogy. 5 minutes. They mispronounce her name. They credit several of her discoveries to male colleagues. But at least they acknowledge she existed. It's the bare minimum of recognition. And it's more than most women scientists of the era receive. Here's the parallel. Operation Newell and Mary's recognition. Both were forgotten for similar reasons. Operation Newell was forgotten because it failed. Failed operations don't make it into history books. We remember the successful invasions, D-Day, the Mongol conquests, Alexander's campaigns. We forget the attempted invasions that never happened. The Spanish Armada is remembered because it was a dramatic failure that English ships repelled. Operation Newell was a boring failure where nothing happened. The fleet turned around. No battle, no drama, just ... cancellation. That's not narratively satisfying. So it gets forgotten. Mary was forgotten because she was a woman doing science in an era when women weren't supposed to do science. Her story didn't fit the narrative. The narrative of 19th century science is great men making great discoveries. University professors conducting methodical research. Gentlemen scholars publishing papers. Mary was none of those things. She was working class, self-taught, female. She sold fossils to survive. That story is uncomfortable. It suggests that the institutional structure of science, the universities, the societies, the publications, isn't actually necessary for scientific advancement. That maybe the institutions are more about gatekeeping than knowledge production. So Mary gets written out. Not deliberately, not through conspiracy, just through the natural tendency of powerful institutions to tell stories that reinforce their own importance. But here's what's beautiful. The truth survives anyway. Slowly. Incompletely. But it survives. In 1995, that graduate student finds the French military documents about Lyme Regis fortifications. She investigates. Finds Mary's name. Realizes what happened. Writes her ignored paper. In 2010, the Royal Society includes Mary in their list of most influential women in British science. In 2015, a plaque is erected in Lyme Regis commemorating Mary's work. In 2020, a movie is made about her life. It's not historically accurate. It invents a romantic relationship that never existed because Hollywood can't imagine a woman's life being interesting without romance. But at least people learn her name. Slowly, incompletely, Mary is being remembered. And the Operation Newell connection? Still mostly unknown. That graduate student's paper is cited in 3 other papers, all equally obscure. The general public has no idea. This documentary might be the most comprehensive telling of the story, which means you right now, watching this, know something that most historians don't. You know that Christmas 1814 was saved by a woman with a hammer who scared some French scouts because her workplace looked weird. You know that history is chaos. You know that causes and effects don't follow the neat lines we draw in textbooks. You know that the most important person in the room is often the one no one's looking at. And if that doesn't make you question everything you've been taught about how the world works, you haven't been paying attention. Let's talk about money. Because everything war, science, memory, even extinction, comes down to money eventually. Operation Newell cost approximately £840,000 to organize. This is an astronomical sum. To put it in perspective, the average British worker earned about £30 per year. A nice house cost £200. The entire Royal Navy's annual budget was around £15 million. So Operation Newell represented about 5% of Britain's entire naval budget, spent by France, for an invasion that never happened. That money is just gone. Ships were provisioned, supplies purchased, men paid, weapons manufactured. All of it disappeared into the logistical void of a cancelled operation. The economic impact on France is significant. The treasury is already empty from 20 years of war. The Bourbon Restoration is trying to rebuild national finances. And now £840,000, or the French equivalent, has been wasted. This creates political pressure. Someone has to be blamed. La Touche-Treville, the admiral who commanded the operation, becomes the scapegoat. He's not executed. The Bourbon Restoration is trying to appear magnanimous, but he's dismissed from service, stripped of rank. His pension is revoked. He dies in poverty in 1822, all because he believed reconnaissance reports that Mary Anning's fossil equipment was military fortifications. The 43 officers arrested during the spy witch hunt. Most are eventually released, but their careers are destroyed. Their families are impoverished. Several commit suicide. The economic and human cost of the Operation Newell failure ripples through French society for years. And in Lyme Regis, Mary Anning sells fossils for £30 to £100 each. The disparity is obscene. Here's the thing about scientific research. It doesn't pay. Not in the 19th century. Not now. Not ever. Really. Mary spends weeks excavating a single fossil. She risks her life. The cliffs are constantly eroding. Rockfalls are common. Several fossil hunters die during Mary's lifetime. She does this for maybe £50 per fossil. £50 for months of work. That's not sustainable. That's poverty with extra steps. Mary survives because she's phenomenally good at finding valuable specimens and because she has no other choice. Her mother depends on her. She has no inheritance, no husband, she never marries, no safety net. She works until she physically can't anymore. Compare this to military funding. Britain spends £15 million per year on the Royal Navy. For what? To maintain ships that mostly sit in port. To pay officers who mostly drink and gamble. To fund operations that mostly accomplish nothing but science. Actual knowledge production? That gets funded through individual patronage, if at all. Mary's major discoveries are purchased by wealthy collectors who display them in private collections. The knowledge is sequestered. It's not available to the public or to other researchers until these collectors eventually donate their collections to museums. This is an incredibly inefficient system for knowledge production, but it's the only system available. The modern concept of public funding for scientific research doesn't exist yet. Government-funded research institutions won't be established for another 50 years. So Mary works in poverty, producing knowledge that benefits all of humanity, while military operations consume resources that benefit no one. The economics are insane. But that's how societies allocate resources, toward violence and away from knowledge. Let's talk about what extinction costs. The ichthyosaurs Mary studies went extinct about 90 million years ago. We don't know exactly why. Probably climate change. Possibly competition from other marine reptiles. Maybe just bad luck. but they're gone. Completely. A successful lineage that lasted 150 million years just ended. What's the cost of extinction? Not to the ichthyosaurs, obviously. They're dead. They don't care. But to the ecosystem? To the evolutionary possibilities that their lineage represented? Every extinction closes off potential futures. Evolution is path-dependent. Once a lineage dies out, whatever might have evolved from it never exists. If ichthyosaurs had survived, what would they be now? What adaptations might they have developed? What roles might they play in modern ecosystems? We'll never know, because extinction is final. This is what Mary understands intuitively as she studies these fossils. She's holding bones from an animal that no longer exists anywhere on Earth. An entire branch of the tree of life, pruned permanently. It's profound. It's disturbing. And it raises uncomfortable questions about humanity's future. If ichthyosaurs could dominate the seas for 150 million years and still go extinct, what makes humans think we're permanent? We've been around for maybe 300,000 years. Recorded history is 5,000 years. Industrial civilization is 200 years. We're infants, evolutionary speaking, and we're already causing extinctions at rates not seen since the meteor that killed the dinosaurs. Mary doesn't think in these terms explicitly. The concept of human-caused extinction won't be formulated until the 20th century, but she sees the pattern. Species die out. Lineages end. Nothing is permanent. Not ichthyosaurs, not empires, not humans. Back to the economics. In 1846, 1 year before Mary dies, the British government establishes the Geological Survey of Great Britain. This is the first government-funded scientific research institution in British history. Its purpose: map Britain's geological resources, find coal, iron, copper, support industrial development. The motivation is entirely economic. The government doesn't care about scientific knowledge for its own sake. They care about finding resources to exploit. But the side effect is that scientists now have government funding. Not much, not enough, but it's a start. Mary applies for a position with the Geological Survey. She's eminently qualified. She knows British coastal geology better than anyone alive. She's made discoveries that transformed the field. Her application is rejected, not for lack of qualifications, because she's a woman. The Geological Survey doesn't hire women. Won't hire women for another 100 years. So Mary continues working independently, in poverty, until cancer kills her. The Geological Survey hires several men with far less experience and knowledge. The economic inefficiency is staggering. You have the single most qualified person in the country being excluded because of gender, while less qualified men are hired because of gender. This isn't just unjust. It's economically stupid, but that's how discrimination works. It's expensive. It wastes resources. It produces suboptimal outcomes. But societies do it anyway, because maintaining power hierarchies is more important than efficiency. Here's a thought experiment. What if Mary Anning had been born male? What if Richard Anning had a son named Matthew instead of a daughter named Mary? Matthew Anning, with identical knowledge and skills, would have had a completely different life. He would have been admitted to universities, probably Cambridge or Oxford. His fossil discoveries would have secured him a position as a geology professor. He would have published papers under his own name. Would have been elected to the Geological Society. Would have received government funding for his research. He would have been famous during his lifetime. Would have died wealthy, honored, remembered. All because of gender. The same work. The same discoveries. The same knowledge. But recognition, funding, and power distributed entirely differently based on chromosomes. This is what systemic inequality looks like. It's not that Mary was actively prevented from success, though she was, constantly. It's that the entire structure of society was designed to exclude her. And that structure was enforced through economics. No funding for women's research. No positions for women in institutions. No paths to financial security except marriage or inheritance. Mary had neither. So she worked until she died. And the knowledge she produced enriched everyone except her. That's not a moral failure on Mary's part. It's a moral failure of the society that exploited her. Let's return to Operation Newell for a moment. The economic cost of the failed invasion wasn't just the £840,000 spent on planning and preparation. It was the opportunity cost. That money could have been spent on infrastructure, education, public health, scientific research. Pound 840,000 could have funded Mary Ann Ning's fossil research for the rest of her life. Could have funded 100 researchers. Could have established museums, universities, research institutions. Instead, it was spent on ships, weapons, and soldiers for an invasion that never happened because someone mistook fossil excavation equipment for military fortifications. This is how humanity allocates resources. We spend fortunes on violence. We spend nothing on knowledge. And then we wonder why history is a nightmare. Mary understands this in her way. She sees wealthy men spending hundreds of pounds on fossils to display in their parlors as curiosities. She knows those same men wouldn't spend £10 to fund her research. She sees military officers earning £200 per year to do essentially nothing. She knows she'll never earn that much no matter how significant her discoveries. The economic structure is clear. Society values violence and status over knowledge and contribution. This doesn't make Mary bitter, exactly. She's too practical for bitterness. She just keeps working, because work is interesting, because fossils are fascinating, because understanding the deep history of life on Earth matters more than her personal financial situation, which is a kind of heroism, actually. Not the dramatic heroism of military victory. The quiet heroism of continuing to work when the work is undervalued, underfunded, and unrecognized. The heroism of doing what matters even when no one cares. That's Mary Ann Ning's real contribution. Not just the fossils, not just the scientific discoveries, but the demonstration that knowledge production continues even when society doesn't support it. That curiosity survives even when institutions fail. That understanding matters even when recognition doesn't follow. And if you're starting to feel uncomfortable about how little has changed in 200 years, good. You should be. Let's reconstruct the precise sequence of events. Christmas morning, 1814. 4 a.m. French reconnaissance team approaches Lyme Regis. 12 men in a small cutter. They're expecting an undefended beach. Easy scouting. Quick assessment. Return with information for the main invasion force. 4:15 a.m. They beach the cutter. Wade through the surf. The water is shockingly cold. Several men lose feeling in their feet immediately. This is going to matter later. 4:20 a.m. They reach the beach proper. It's dark, but dawn is approaching. They can see shapes in the growing light. Wooden structures, trenches, rock piles. Captain Mercier signals for halt. Something's wrong. 4:25 a.m. Mercier sends 2 scouts forward to investigate. They approach the nearest wooden structure carefully. It's single quotes S. strange. It looks like an artillery position, but the angles are wrong. There's no firing platform. The wood is rough, unfinished. This isn't military construction. But what else could it be? 4:30 a.m. The scouts report back to Mercier. He's confused. This doesn't match intelligence reports. but it also doesn't look like civilian construction. The scale is too large. The organization is too systematic. 4:35 a.m. Mercier makes a decision. Advance carefully. Map the positions. Try to determine what they're dealing with. The team spreads out. They move between the structures, trying to understand the layout. This is when they start tripping over Mary's rope systems. These ropes are everywhere. They connect different wooden structures. They're set at ankle height, perfect for catching unwary feet. Mary uses them as support lines for hauling fossils up from excavation sites. The French soldiers think they're tripwires for alarms or booby traps. 2 men fall. One twists his ankle badly. The other falls into an excavation trench, 6 feet deep, lined with sharp rocks where Mary's been extracting fossils from the cliff face. He screams. The scream echoes across the beach. 4:40 a.m. Mary is already awake. She woke at 4 a.m. like every morning. Cold water on her face. Thick coat. Tools. She's approaching her work site from the town side when she hears the scream. Her first thought, smugglers. Her second thought, they better not be damaging my excavation. She starts walking faster. 4:42 a.m. Mercier hears the scream. His man has fallen into a pit. This confirms his suspicions. This is a defensive position. Those pits are anti-personnel traps. The British know they're here. This is an ambush. 4:45 a.m. Mary reaches the edge of her work site. She sees men moving among her equipment. She's furious. She yells. In French, because she's reading Cuvier and French phrases are fresh in her mind. Quest si que vous faites. What are you doing? 4:46 a.m. The French soldiers hear someone yelling in French. They see a silhouette approaching. Dawn is breaking behind the figure. The light creates a halo effect. The soldiers already on edge, already convinced there, let's reconstruct the precise sequence of events. Christmas morning, 1814, 4 a.m. French reconnaissance team approaches Lyme Regis. 12 men in a small cutter. They're expecting an undefended beach. Easy scouting, quick assessment. Return with information for the main invasion force. 4:15 a.m. They beach the cutter. Wade through the surf. The water is shockingly cold. Several men lose feeling in their feet immediately. This is going to matter later. 4:20 a.m. They reach the beach proper. It's dark, but dawn is approaching. They can see shapes in the growing light. Wooden structures, trenches, rock piles. Captain Mercier signals for halt. Something's wrong. 4:25 a.m. Mercier sends 2 scouts forward to investigate. They approach the nearest wooden structure carefully. It's single quotes S. Strange. It looks like an artillery position, but the angles are wrong. There's no firing platform. The wood is rough, unfinished. This isn't military construction, but what else could it be? 4:30 a.m. The scouts report back to Mercier. He's confused. This doesn't match intelligence reports, but it also doesn't look like civilian construction. The scale is too large. The organization is too systematic. 4:35 a.m. Mercier makes a decision. Advance carefully. Map the positions. Try to determine what they're dealing with. The team spreads out. They move between the structures, trying to understand the layout. This is when they start tripping over Mary's rope systems. These ropes are everywhere. They connect different wooden structures. They're set at ankle height, perfect for catching unwary feet. Mary uses them as support lines for hauling fossils up from excavation sites. The French soldiers think they're tripwires for alarms or booby traps. 2 men fall. One twists his ankle badly. The other falls into an excavation trench, 6 feet deep, lined with sharp rocks where Mary's been extracting fossils from the cliff face. He screams. The scream echoes across the beach. 4:40 a.m. Mary is already awake. She woke at 4 a.m. like every morning. Cold water on her face. Thick coat. Tools. She's approaching her work site from the town side when she hears the scream. Her first thought, smugglers. Her second thought, they better not be damaging my excavation. She starts walking faster. 4:42 a.m. Mercier hears the scream. His man has fallen into a pit. This confirms his suspicions. This is a defensive position. Those pits are anti-personnel traps. The British know they're here. This is an ambush. 4:45 a.m. Mary reaches the edge of her work site. She sees men moving among her equipment. She's furious. She yells in French because she's reading Cuvier and French phrases are fresh in her mind. Quest, si, que vous faites? What are you doing? 4:46 a.m. The French soldiers hear someone yelling in French. They see a silhouette approaching. Dawn is breaking behind the figure. The light creates a halo effect. The soldiers already on edge, already convinced they're walking into a trap. This is confirmation. A British officer who speaks French. They're compromised. 4:47 a.m. Mary gets closer. She's still yelling, now in English. Get away from my excavation. She's carrying her sledgehammer. It's her primary tool for breaking apart rock formations. 8 pounds of iron on a wooden handle. To the French soldiers, it looks like a weapon. 4:48 a.m. Mercier makes the call. He screams at his men. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The soldiers scramble. The man in the trench is hauled out. He's bleeding from multiple cuts. The man with the twisted ankle is supported by 2 others. They run toward their boat. As they run, the cliff decides to participate. Because this is what the Lyme Regis cliffs do. They collapse, constantly. The Blue Lias and shale formations are unstable. Rain, wind, frost, any of these can trigger rockfalls. And Mary has been working on a particularly unstable section, weakening it deliberately so she can access the fossil layer beneath. 4:49 a.m. Mary reaches her primary excavation site. She picks up her sledgehammer properly, ready to continue yesterday's work breaking apart the weakened cliff section. She swings. The impact reverberates through the rock. The weakened section gives way. Rocks cascade down. Hundreds of pounds of limestone and shale crashing onto the beach. The sound is enormous. 4:50 a.m. The French soldiers hear what sounds like artillery fire. They see rocks exploding from the cliff face. Dust and debris filling the air. They're being shelled. This is what they think. Never mind that no artillery piece makes that sound. Never mind that rocks falling from a cliff and artillery bombardment are completely different. They're terrified, exhausted, confused, and operating on assumptions formed before they even landed. Every observation gets filtered through those assumptions. Fortifications equals military installation. French-speaking person equals British officer. Rockfall equals artillery bombardment. 4:52 a.m. They reach their boat. Push off. 3 men are injured badly enough that they can't row. The remaining 9 row frantically. The sea's rougher now. Dawn wind creating chop. The cutter struggles through the waves. 4:55 a.m. They're 50 yards from shore. Mercier looks back at the beach. He sees the silhouette of the person, the British officer, he thinks, standing among the fortifications. He sees more rocks falling from the cliff. He sees the elaborate network of structures, trenches, ropes, barricades. He makes a mental map, commits it to memory. This is his job, reconnaissance. He needs to report accurately. And what he sees is Lyme Regis is heavily defended. Multiple positions. Coordinated. Professional. The British were expecting them. 5 a.m. The cutter is clear of the coast, heading back toward the French fleet. On the beach, Mary examines the new rockfall. Perfect. The fossil layer is now exposed. She can see the outline of what looks like a nearly complete ichthyosaur. This is going to be profitable. She gets to work. Here's what's fascinating. Both sides are acting rationally based on their information. Mercier is a professional soldier. He's trained to recognize military installations. When he sees structures that look like fortifications, he interprets them as fortifications. This is correct methodology. The problem is his starting assumption, that anything systematic on the beach must be military. He doesn't consider civilian applications, because there aren't supposed to be any civilian applications at this location. Lyme Regis is a small town. No industry. No significant commerce. Why would there be large-scale civilian construction on the beach? Fossil excavation doesn't occur to him because fossil excavation isn't a thing in his experience. This is the problem with expertise. It creates blind spots. Experts see what they're trained to see. Everything else gets filtered out or reinterpreted to fit existing categories. Mary is also acting rationally. She sees people on her work site. She assumes they're smugglers because smugglers are common. She yells at them in French because French is the language in her head right now. She doesn't consider that they might be military because why would military forces be interested in her fossil excavation? Both sides are correct within their frameworks. The sides are completely wrong about what's actually happening. This is how most miscommunication works. 6:30 a.m. Mercier's cutter reaches the French fleet. He goes directly to the flagship. Requests immediate audience with Admiral Latouche-Treville. He's soaking wet, exhausted, and rattled. He delivers his report. Lyme Regis is fortified. Multiple defensive positions. Coordinated layout. Professional construction. British forces are alert and deployed. We encountered hostile personnel. We took casualties. Recommend immediate abort of landing operations. Latouche-Treville listens carefully. He asks questions. How many defensive positions? What types of fortifications? How many British soldiers? Mercier answers as best he can. At least a dozen positions. Artillery emplacements, trenches, barricades. He didn't see soldiers clearly, but he heard commands in French, which suggests British officers with continental training. The casualties. 2 men injured in anti-personnel traps. 1 from falling into a pit, 1 from tripwires. Latouche-Treville absorbs this information. He's fought the British for decades. He knows their tactics. This sounds like professional defensive engineering, but something bothers him. If the British know about Operation Nul, if they've had time to fortify Lyme Regis, why haven't they fortified the other landing sites? Unless they have, and the other reconnaissance teams just haven't reported yet. 7 a.m. Reports start coming in from the Portsmouth and Liverpool reconnaissance teams. Portsmouth. Unusual naval activity. Ships being prepared for rapid deployment. Cannot confirm but suggest possible advance warning. Liverpool. Waterfront districts appear evacuated. Civilian boat traffic reduced. Possible defensive preparations underway. Latouche-Treville looks at the 3 reports. None of them definitively confirms that the British know about Operation Nul, but all of them suggest unusual activity. In intelligence analysis, you work with probabilities. No single piece of information is conclusive. But when multiple indicators point in the same direction, you adjust your assessment. 3 unusual reports from 3 different locations equals pattern. Pattern equals intelligence breach. 8 a.m. Latouche-Treville makes his decision. Operation Newell is compromised. The risk is too high. If they proceed and the British are prepared, the invasion becomes a massacre. 20,000 men sent into prepared defensive positions. The casualty rate would be catastrophic. The political cost, another failed invasion, this time with massive French losses, would destroy the provisional government. Better to abort. Preserve forces. Wait for another opportunity. He drafts orders. All invasion groups stand down. Return to port. Operation Newell is cancelled. Let's pause and appreciate the architecture of this accident. Layer 1. Economic necessity. Mary needs money. She works Christmas morning. If she were wealthy, she'd be home. The beach would be empty. The French scouts would have found nothing unusual. Layer 2. Scientific methodology. Mary's systematic approach to fossil excavation creates structures that look organized. Random digging wouldn't appear military, but methodical excavation with support structures, trenches, and equipment staging areas, that looks intentional. Layer 3. Timing. The French scouts arrive at 4:15 a.m. Mary arrives at 4:40 a.m. 25 minutes of overlap. If they'd arrived 1 hour earlier, they'd have completed reconnaissance before Mary appeared. If they'd arrived 1 hour later, Mary would have been working and the situation would have been obviously civilian. Layer 4. Language. Mary happens to be reading Cuvier. French phrases are active in her memory. She yells in French. This confirms the soldiers' assumption that they're dealing with military personnel. Layer 5. Geology. The Lyme Regis cliffs are unstable. Mary knows this. She uses it. She deliberately weakens sections to access fossils. The cliff collapses at exactly the moment the soldiers are retreating. This seems like coordinated action. Layer 6. Military doctrine. French reconnaissance doctrine emphasizes caution. When in doubt, assume worst-case scenario. Mercier follows his training perfectly. His report is accurate based on what he observed. His interpretation is wrong, but rational. Layer 7. Intelligence analysis. Latouche-Treville is operating with incomplete information. He sees patterns that suggest compromise. He makes the safest decision for his forces. It's the right call given what he knows. Every single person in the sequence acts rationally. Every single decision is defensible. The outcome is completely divorced from anyone's intentions. This is what accident architecture looks like. Rational decisions stacking on coincidences, stacking on circumstances to produce results that no one planned, and no one could have predicted. Here's the counterfactual. What if Mary had been born into wealth? She wouldn't be fossil hunting on Christmas morning. She'd be home. The beach would be empty. The French scouts would report. Lyme Regis undefended as expected. Operation Newell proceeds. 20,000 soldiers land at 3 points on the British coast. The British are surprised, but not unprepared. Melville's paranoid orders mean coastal defenses are staffed. The invasion becomes a bloody mess. Both sides take heavy casualties. The war restarts. Napoleon remains on Elba, waiting for the outcome. If France succeeds, he returns to lead the renewed empire. If France fails, he stays imprisoned. Waterloo might never happen. Or it happens differently. The entire trajectory of the 19th century shifts. All because Marianne Ning was poor. Poverty put her on that beach. Poverty saved thousands of lives. This is the perverse architecture of historical causation. Injustice produces accidentally beneficial outcomes. But we can't celebrate that. Because the injustice is still injustice. Mary's poverty was wrong. The fact that her poverty happened to prevent an invasion doesn't make the poverty just. It just makes history complicated. 9 a.m. Christmas morning. Mary is working on the ichthyosaur. The skull is emerging beautifully, nearly complete. She can see the eye sockets, the jaw structure, the teeth. She's thinking about how this creature hunted. The teeth suggest a diet of fish and smaller marine reptiles. The body structure suggests speed and agility. This was a predator, successful for millions of years. And now its bones in a cliff, being excavated by a woman who lives in poverty. Mary wonders briefly what future creatures will dig up human bones. What will they think about us? What will they conclude about how we lived? She returns to work. The bones don't care about her thoughts. They just exist. Evidence of a life that happened and ended. Like all lives. Like all civilizations. Nothing permanent. Everything eventually becomes fossils. Or less than fossils. Most things don't even leave evidence. 10 days after Christmas, a rumor begins circulating in Paris. The British have a spy network that penetrates to the highest levels of French military planning. This isn't true, but it becomes true through repetition. Here's how rumors work. Someone makes a claim. The claim is based on limited evidence or pure speculation. But other people hear the claim and assume there's substance behind it. They repeat it, adding details. Those details get repeated. The rumor grows. Eventually, the rumor becomes unfalsifiable. You can't prove it's false because any evidence against it gets interpreted as evidence of how sophisticated the conspiracy is. In January 1815, French military intelligence is convinced they've been penetrated. They have evidence. Operation Newell was somehow discovered by the British. The British fortified Lyme Regis. The British had forces on alert. The only explanation is a spy. They begin investigating. They interrogate officers. They review communications. They trace decision-making chains. They find nothing. But the absence of evidence doesn't calm them. It confirms that the spy is highly placed, highly skilled, and well protected. So they expand the investigation. More arrests, more interrogations, more paranoia. This is the architecture of conspiracy thinking. Observations that have mundane explanations get interpreted as evidence of hidden patterns. The conspiracy becomes unfalsifiable because every piece of counter-evidence is reinterpreted as part of the conspiracy. The truth that Mary Ann Ning accidentally scared some scouts is too mundane to consider. Mundane explanations don't satisfy the psychological need for meaning. We want history to make sense. We want actions to have proportional causes. A major military operation failing should have a major cause. Spies, betrayal, brilliant enemy strategy. Not a woman digging up fossils who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's not satisfying. So we invent conspiracies. Meanwhile, in London, British intelligence is equally confused. They know something happened. French military activity spiked in December, then suddenly stopped. Communications intercepts suggest a major operation was planned and cancelled. But they don't know what the operation was. And they certainly don't know why it was cancelled. They assumed their intelligence gathering was effective. They assumed their network of spies provided advance warning. They assumed their defensive preparations deterred the French. All of these assumptions are wrong. But they're professionally flattering, so no one questions them too closely. Lord Castlereagh writes in his diary, "Our intelligence services continue to prove their value. French aggression deterred through vigilance and preparation." He believes this. Everyone believes this. It becomes the official narrative. British intelligence superiority prevented a French invasion attempt. The narrative is institutionally reinforced. Intelligence services get increased funding. Officers get promotions. The system rewards the belief. And no one ever learns about Mary, because the truth would undermine the narrative. It would suggest that British intelligence wasn't actually effective, that the deterrent was accidental, that the entire carefully constructed mythology of institutional competence is built on coincidence. Institutions don't like admitting that success was accidental. So they don't. Let's examine the specific conspiracy theories that emerge. Theory 1. The British have a mole inside the French Admiralty. This theory is popular because it's simple. One traitor, highly placed, passing information to British handlers. It explains how the British knew about Operation Newell's specific targets and timing. Problem: there is no such mole. But French intelligence spends months hunting for them anyway. They investigate dozens of officers. They ruin careers. They find nothing because there's nothing to find. But instead of concluding, maybe there's no mole, they conclude, the mole is even better hidden than we thought. Theory 2. The British broke French naval codes. This theory is technically possible. Code breaking is a real thing. The British have cryptanalysis capabilities. Problem: French naval codes weren't broken. British cryptanalysts did work on French communications, but they didn't crack the primary code used for Operation Newell planning. The British had fragmentary intelligence suggesting unusual French activity, but nothing specific, nothing actionable. But the theory persists because it's plausible and because admitting we weren't actually compromised, we just panicked, is embarrassing. Theory 3. Napoleon's loyalists deliberately sabotaged Operation Newell to hasten his return. This theory is baroque. It suggests that Bonapartist agents inside the provisional government intentionally leaked information to the British, knowing that a failed operation would destabilize the Bourbon Restoration and create conditions for Napoleon's return. Problem: this is insane. The level of coordination required would be impossible. And Napoleon's return in March 1815 wasn't planned in advance. It was opportunistic. But complex conspiracy theories are psychologically satisfying. They suggest that history is controlled by hidden hands. That chaos is actually order we can't see yet. It's comforting. It's also wrong. Here's what actually happened to information about Operation Newell. British intelligence intercepted some French communications in October 1814. The communications were vague. They suggested increased readiness and coordinated operations, but provided no specifics. British analysts flagged these communications as concerning but not urgent. They were filed in the vast archive of things to monitor. Melville's December 23rd orders were based on general paranoia, not specific intelligence. The French reconnaissance reports about Lyme Regis fortifications were accurate descriptions of what the scouts observed. But what they observed was misinterpreted. The conclusion that British intelligence penetrated Operation Newell is wrong. But it's a wrong conclusion based on correct observations filtered through incorrect assumptions. This is how most intelligence failures work. Not through deliberate deception, through honest misinterpretation of ambiguous information. Let's talk about Mary's perspective on all of this. She has no perspective on this. She doesn't know about Operation Newell. She doesn't know about the French invasion plan. She doesn't know that her fossil excavation scared away scouts. She continues working. January, February, March. The weather is brutal. Cold rain. Ice forming on the cliffs. Mary works anyway because bills don't stop for weather. She finds more fossils, some good, some mediocre. She sells what she can. In March, news reaches Lyme Regis. Napoleon has escaped from Elba. Mary hears this and shrugs. Politics, war, things that happen to other people, far away. She has no idea that Napoleon's return is partially enabled by the military disruption caused by her accidental intervention. She has no idea that 43 officers were arrested because of conspiracy theories triggered by her fossil equipment. She has no idea that her morning of work on Christmas 1814 will cascade through political and military systems, affecting thousands of lives. She just knows that fossils are interesting and bills need paying. This is the fundamental disconnect. Historical actors rarely understand the significance of their actions. We, looking back with full information, can trace causation chains. We can see how small actions produce large effects. But the people living through history? They're just trying to get through the day. Mary is worried about whether the ichthyosaur skull will crack during extraction. She's worried about her mother's health. She's worried about money. She's not worried about international politics or military strategy or any of the things that historians care about. Because those things don't affect her daily life. Or so she thinks. April 1815. Mary receives a visit from a London collector named Thomas Birch. Birch is wealthy. He's been buying Mary's fossils for years. He has an extensive private collection. He visits Lyme Regis and sees Mary's situation, sees the poverty, sees her mother struggling with illness, sees Mary working herself to exhaustion. He makes a decision. He's going to auction his entire collection. All the fossils he's purchased from Mary over the years. He's going to sell them and give Mary the proceeds. This is extraordinary, unprecedented. Collectors don't do this. Their collections are investments, status symbols, sources of pride. But Birch does it. In May 1815, his collection goes to auction in London. It raises £400. Birch gives all of it to Mary. £400. More money than Mary has ever seen. More money than her family could earn in 10 years of normal work. It's enough to pay off debts, to buy better equipment, to secure her mother's medical care, to give Mary breathing room. She's overwhelmed. She writes to Birch, "You have saved us. I cannot express the gratitude I feel." This is one of the 17 surviving letters. Here's what's interesting. Birch's generosity is historically important. It keeps Mary working. It allows her to continue making discoveries. Her 1823 Plesiosaurus discovery, her 1828 pterodactyl find, these happened because Birch gave her financial stability. Without Birch, Mary might have been forced to quit fossil hunting, take domestic service work, marry for financial security, do something, anything, other than the research she's uniquely qualified to conduct. But Birch's generosity is itself caused by Operation Newell. Wait, how? Because Birch is a veteran. He served in the Royal Navy during the Napoleonic Wars. He was part of the Coastal Defense Forces in December 1814. He was stationed near Lyme Regis. He was there on Christmas morning, 1814. He was one of the cavalry officers who rode down to investigate reports of suspicious activity on the beach. He met Mary that morning, watched her work, saw her excavation site, realized gradually that the fortifications his commanders were worried about were actually fossil hunting equipment. He found it hilarious, and he remembered her. When he later started collecting fossils as a hobby, he sought out Mary specifically, bought from her regularly. And when he saw her situation in 1815, he remembered that cold morning, her confusion at soldiers asking about smugglers, her dedication to her work. He felt compelled to help. So, Operation Newell, indirectly, finances Mary's continued research. The invasion that never happened enables the discoveries that transform paleontology. The architecture of accident keeps building. Every action produces unexpected consequences. Every decision creates new possibilities. And no one ever knows which thread they're pulling. Let's play a game. It's called, What If Everything Had Gone Differently? December 25th, 1814. Mary Ann Ning wakes up sick. She's been working too hard. Her body gives out. Fever, chills. She stays in bed. The beach is empty on Christmas morning. French reconnaissance scouts land. Find no fortifications. Report back. Lyme Regis undefended. Operation Newell proceeds. 20,000 French soldiers land at 3 British ports. The British are surprised. Melville's paranoid orders help, but not enough. The invasion becomes a sustained conflict. Casualties are high on both sides. The British eventually repel the invasion. They have numerical superiority and home territory advantage, but it takes 3 months. Thousands die. The war drags on. Napoleon hears about the renewed conflict. He escapes from Elba earlier, in January instead of March, returns to France, rebuilds his army. Waterloo never happens. Instead, the war continues for another 2 years. More battles, more deaths, more resources consumed. The Congress of Vienna falls apart. European reconstruction is delayed. The Industrial Revolution is slowed. Capital that could go to factories instead goes to military expenses. The 19th century looks completely different. How many people live or die in this alternate timeline? Impossible to calculate, but probably hundreds of thousands. And in this timeline, Marianne Ming stays home sick on Christmas morning. 1 woman, 1 fever. Hundreds of thousands of lives altered. That's the weight of contingency. Alternative scenario 2. Mary wakes up healthy, goes to work, but she approaches her work site from a different direction. She sees the French scouts before they see her. She recognizes they're not smugglers, wrong uniforms, wrong behavior. She hides, watches them scout the beach. They find no evidence of fortifications because she's not there making noise and triggering rockfalls. They complete their reconnaissance. Report back. Lyme Regis undefended. Operation Newell proceeds. Same result as scenario 1. The invasion happens. Everything changes. This scenario requires only that Mary take a slightly different path to her work site. 20 yards to the left instead of straight ahead. That's all. 20 yards changes everything. Alternative scenario 3. Everything happens exactly as it did. French scouts land. Mary scares them. They retreat. Operation Newell is cancelled, but one French officer, let's say Lieutenant Pierre Durand, age 26, doesn't believe Mercier's report. Durand has been to Lyme Regis before. Years ago, before the war, he visited as a tourist. He remembers it as a small fishing village. Nothing military about it. When Mercier describes fortifications, Durand is skeptical. He voices his skepticism to Admiral Latouche-Treville. "Sir, I've been to Lyme Regis. There's nothing there." Maybe the scouts misinterpreted what they saw. Latouche-Treville considers this. He's paranoid, but he's also rational. He values contrary opinions. He makes a decision. Send another reconnaissance team. Verify the Lyme Regis fortifications before canceling the entire operation. The second team goes. Lands at noon on December 26th. The beach is empty. Mary is working a different site that day. They find Mary's equipment. They examine it carefully. They realize these aren't fortifications. This is ... something else. They don't know what. But it's not military. They report back. Lyme Regis undefended. Original reconnaissance was mistaken. Operation Newell proceeds. Everything changes. This scenario requires only that one officer who happened to visit Lyme Regis years earlier is present and willing to voice skepticism. One person, one memory, one dissenting opinion. That's all it takes. We can generate infinite scenarios, each one plausible, each one changing history. This is the Museum of Lost Futures. All the timelines that almost happened, but didn't because of tiny contingencies. In one timeline, Mary stays home sick, and the 19th century includes 2 more years of Napoleonic warfare. In another, Mary approaches from a different angle and Operation Newell succeeds. In another, one skeptical officer prevents the cancellation and the invasion proceeds. In another, Mary's father doesn't die when she's 11, and she never becomes a fossil. Hunter and Operation Newell isn't accidentally deterred. In another, Richard Anning has a son instead of a daughter, and Matthew Anning becomes a famous geologist and isn't working Christmas, mourning because he's celebrating with colleagues at Cambridge. In another, Mary is struck by that lightning as a baby and actually dies instead of miraculously surviving. Infinite branching possibilities, infinite lost futures. We live in one specific timeline. The one where all the contingencies happen to line up in exactly the configuration that produced our present. But there's nothing inevitable about this timeline. We're living in an accident. Here's the philosophical problem this creates. If history is contingent, if tiny changes produce massive differences, then what does that say about human agency? Do our choices matter? If Mary's choice to work on Christmas morning changed history, then yes, choices matter enormously. But Mary didn't know her choice would matter. She was just trying to pay bills. So her agency was real but unconscious. She affected history without intending to. That's not exactly empowering. It suggests that we're all affecting history constantly through unconscious choices. That every decision we make ripples forward in ways we can't predict or control, which is true, but also terrifying, because it means responsibility is infinite and unknowable. You could be changing the course of civilization right now by choosing to watch this documentary instead of doing something else, or not. You have no way of knowing. This is the burden of living in a contingent universe. Everything matters, but nothing is knowable. Let's ground this in specifics. Mary Anning's fossil discoveries led to the theory of extinction, the recognition that species can disappear entirely. This theory was controversial. The dominant view in the early 19th century was that God's creation was perfect and unchanging. Species couldn't go extinct because that would imply God made mistakes. Mary's fossils proved otherwise. Here were creatures that clearly existed once and clearly don't exist now. The ichthyosaurs, the plesiosaurs, the pterodactyls, all gone, all extinct. This forced a reconceptualization of natural history. If species could go extinct, then nature was dynamic, not static. Creation wasn't fixed. Life changed over time. This led directly to evolutionary theory. Darwin references fossil evidence extensively. Mary's discoveries are part of the foundation he builds on. So, Mary contributed to the scientific revolution that produced modern biology. That's not contingent. That's real. But if Operation Newell had succeeded, the resulting chaos would have delayed scientific advancement. Universities would have been disrupted. Funding would have gone to military reconstruction instead of research. Mary might still have made her discoveries. But the scientific community that could understand and build on those discoveries might not have existed. So, Operation Newell's failure enabled the scientific progress that Mary's work contributed to, which means the accidental deterrent on Christmas morning enabled modern biology. That's probably overstating the causation. Scientific progress is robust. Ideas find their way forward even through chaos. But it's not entirely wrong either. Contingency matters. Timing matters. Context matters. Here's a specific counterfactual. Without Mary's work, evolutionary theory is delayed by approximately 15 years. This is actually calculable. Paleontological evidence was crucial for Darwin. He needed fossils to demonstrate that species changed over time. He needed extinction to prove that biological forms weren't fixed. Mary provided key fossils that other researchers hadn't found or couldn't interpret. If those fossils weren't available, Darwin would have had to wait for someone else to find them. Based on the rate of paleontological discovery, that probably would have happened by 1870. So, The Origin of Species gets published in 1874, instead of 1,859. 15 years. What changes in those 15 years? Medical research that depends on evolutionary principles is delayed. Agriculture that uses selective breeding informed by evolutionary theory is delayed. Anthropology, psychology, sociology, all the fields that build on evolutionary frameworks are delayed. The intellectual landscape of the late 19th century looks different, not radically different. Ideas don't disappear, but their timing shifts, and timing matters. Ideas that arrive 15 years later are adopted by different people in different contexts, producing different secondary effects. The entire cascade of 20th century science is subtly altered. Again, impossible to calculate precisely. But Mary's work legitimately accelerated scientific progress, which means her poverty-driven Christmas morning work session legitimately accelerated human knowledge, which means Operation Noel's accidental failure legitimately contributed to modernity. The chain of causation is absurd, but it's real. Let's return to Mary. She's not thinking about any of this. She can't. She doesn't have the framework. The concept of contingent history won't be formulated until the 20th century. The idea that small changes produce large effects won't be rigorously explored until chaos theory emerges in the 1960s. Mary is living in 1815. She doesn't think about butterfly effects or counterfactual histories. She thinks about fossils, about money, about her mother's health. She continues working through 1816, 1817, 1818, finding specimens, selling them, documenting them. She becomes locally famous. That fossil woman. Tourists visit her shop. They buy ammonites and belemnites as souvenirs. She's known, but not recognized. There's a difference. Being known means people have heard of you. Being recognized means people understand the significance of your work. Mary is known. She's the fossil lady in Lyme Regis. Bit odd, bit rough. Knows her stones, but she's not recognized as a scientist, as a researcher, as someone producing knowledge that matters. That recognition won't come until after her death. And even then, it will be partial, incomplete, filtered through the biases of the people doing the recognizing. Let's play a game. It's called What If Everything Had Gone Differently? December 25th, 1814. Mary Ann Ning wakes up sick. She's been working too hard. Her body gives out. Fever. Chills. She stays in bed. The beach is empty on Christmas morning. French reconnaissance scouts land. Find no fortifications. Report back. Lyme Regis undefended. Operation Noel proceeds. 20,000 French soldiers land at 3 British ports. The British are surprised. Melville's paranoid orders help, but not enough. The invasion becomes a sustained conflict. Casualties are high on both sides. The British eventually repel the invasion. They have numerical superiority and home territory advantage, but it takes 3 months. Thousands die. The war drags on. Napoleon hears about the renewed conflict. He escapes from Elba earlier, in January instead of March, returns to France, rebuilds his army. Waterloo never happens. Instead, the war continues for another 2 years. More battles, more deaths, more resources consumed. The Congress of Vienna falls apart. European reconstruction is delayed. The Industrial Revolution is slowed. Capital that could go to factories instead goes to military expenses. The 19th century looks completely different. How many people live or die in this alternate timeline? Impossible to calculate, but probably hundreds of thousands. And in this timeline, Mary Ann Ning stays home sick on Christmas morning. 1 woman, 1 fever. Hundreds of thousands of lives altered. That's the weight of contingency. Alternative scenario 2. Mary wakes up healthy, goes to work, but she approaches her work site from a different direction. She sees the French scouts before they see her. She recognizes they're not smugglers, wrong uniforms, wrong behavior. She hides, watches them scout the beach. They find no evidence of fortifications because she's not there making noise and triggering rockfalls. They complete their reconnaissance, report back. Lyme Regis undefended. Operation Newell proceeds. Same result as scenario 1. The invasion happens. Everything changes. This scenario requires only that Mary take a slightly different path to her work site. 20 yards to the left instead of straight ahead. That's all. 20 yards changes everything. Alternative scenario 3. Everything happens exactly as it did. French scouts land. Mary scares them. They retreat. Operation Newell is cancelled, but one French officer, let's say Lieutenant Pierre Durand, age 26, doesn't believe Mercier's report. Durand has been to Lyme Regis before. Years ago, before the war, he visited as a tourist. He remembers it as a small fishing village. Nothing military about it. When Mercier describes fortifications, Durand is skeptical. He voices his skepticism to Admiral Latouche Treville. "Sir, I've been to Lyme Regis. There's nothing there." Maybe the scouts misinterpreted what they saw. Latouche Treville considers this. He's paranoid, but he's also rational. He values contrary opinions. He makes a decision. Send another reconnaissance team. Verify the Lyme Regis fortifications before canceling the entire operation. The second team goes. Lands at noon on December 26th. The beach is empty. Mary is working a different site that day. They find Mary's equipment. They examine it carefully. They realize these aren't fortifications. This is ... something else. They don't know what. But it's not military. They report back. Lyme Regis undefended. Original reconnaissance was mistaken. Operation Newell proceeds. Everything changes. This scenario requires only that one officer, who happened to visit Lyme Regis years earlier, is present and willing to voice skepticism. One person, one memory, one dissenting opinion. That's all it takes. We can generate infinite scenarios. Each one plausible. Each one changing history. This is the Museum of Lost Futures. All the timelines that almost happened but didn't because of tiny contingencies. In one timeline, Mary stays home sick, and the 19th century includes 2 more years of Napoleonic warfare. In another, Mary approaches from a different angle and Operation Newell succeeds. In another, one skeptical officer prevents the cancellation and the invasion proceeds. In another, Mary's father doesn't die when she's 11, and she never becomes a fossil. Hunter and Operation Newell isn't accidentally deterred. In another, Richard Anning has a son instead of a daughter, and Matthew Anning becomes a famous geologist and isn't working Christmas, mourning because he's celebrating with colleagues at Cambridge. In another, Mary is struck by that lightning as a baby and actually dies instead of miraculously surviving. Infinite branching possibilities, infinite lost futures. We live in one specific timeline. The one where all the contingencies happen to line up in exactly the configuration that produced our present. But there's nothing inevitable about this timeline. We're living in an accident. Here's the philosophical problem this creates. If history is contingent, if tiny changes produce massive differences, then what does that say about human agency? Do our choices matter? If Mary's choice to work on Christmas morning changed history, then yes, choices matter enormously. But Mary didn't know her choice would matter. She was just trying to pay bills. So her agency was real but unconscious. She affected history without intending to. That's not exactly empowering. It suggests that we're all affecting history constantly through unconscious choices, that every decision we make ripples forward in ways we can't predict or control, which is true, but also terrifying, because it means responsibility is infinite and unknowable. You could be changing the course of civilization right now by choosing to watch this documentary instead of doing something else, or not. You have no way of knowing. This is the burden of living in a contingent universe. Everything matters, but nothing is knowable. Let's ground this in specifics. Mary Anning's fossil discoveries led to the theory of extinction, the recognition that species can disappear entirely. This theory was controversial. The dominant view in the early 19th century was that God's creation was perfect and unchanging. Species couldn't go extinct because that would imply God made mistakes. Mary's fossils proved otherwise. Here were creatures that clearly existed once and clearly don't exist now. The ichthyosaurs, the plesiosaurs, the pterodactyls, all gone, all extinct. This forced a reconceptualization of natural history. If species could go extinct, then nature was dynamic, not static. Creation wasn't fixed. Life changed over time. This led directly to evolutionary theory. Darwin references fossil evidence extensively. Mary's discoveries are part of the foundation he builds on. So, Mary contributed to the scientific revolution that produced modern biology. That's not contingent. That's real. But if Operation Newell had succeeded, the resulting chaos would have delayed scientific advancement. Universities would have been disrupted. Funding would have gone to military reconstruction instead of research. Mary might still have made her discoveries, but the scientific community that could understand and build on those discoveries might not have existed. So Operation Newell's failure enabled the scientific progress that Mary's work contributed to, which means the accidental deterrent on Christmas morning enabled modern biology. That's probably overstating the causation. Scientific progress is robust. Ideas find their way forward even through chaos. But it's not entirely wrong either. Contingency matters. Timing matters. Context matters. Here's a specific counterfactual. Without Mary's work, evolutionary theory is delayed by approximately 15 years. This is actually calculable. Paleontological evidence was crucial for Darwin. He needed fossils to demonstrate that species changed over time. He needed extinction to prove that biological forms weren't fixed. Mary provided key fossils that other researchers hadn't found or couldn't interpret. If those fossils weren't available, Darwin would have had to wait for someone else to find them. Based on the rate of paleontological discovery, that probably would have happened by 1870. So, The Origin of Species gets published in 1874 instead of 1859. 15 years. What changes in those 15 years? Medical research that depends on evolutionary principles is delayed. Agriculture that uses selective breeding informed by evolutionary theory is delayed. Anthropology, psychology, sociology, all the fields that build on evolutionary frameworks are delayed. The intellectual landscape of the late 19th century looks different, not radically different. Ideas don't disappear, but their timing shifts, and timing matters. Ideas that arrive 15 years later are adopted by different people in different contexts, producing different secondary effects. The entire cascade of 20th century science is subtly altered. Again, impossible to calculate precisely. But Mary's work legitimately accelerated scientific progress, which means her poverty-driven Christmas morning work session legitimately accelerated human knowledge, which means Operation Newell's accidental failure legitimately contributed to modernity. The chain of causation is absurd, but it's real. Let's return to Mary. She's not thinking about any of this. She can't. She doesn't have the framework. The concept of contingent history won't be formulated until the 20th century. The idea that small changes produce large effects won't be rigorously explored until chaos theory emerges in the 1960s. Mary is living in 1815. She doesn't think about butterfly effects or counterfactual histories. She thinks about fossils, about money, about her mother's health. She continues working through 1816, 1817, 1818, finding specimens, selling them, documenting them. She becomes locally famous. That fossil woman. Tourists visit her shop. They buy ammonites and belemnites as souvenirs. She's known, but not recognized. There's a difference. Being known means people have heard of you. Being recognized means people understand the significance of your work. Mary is known. She's the fossil lady in Lyme Regis. Bit odd, bit rough. Knows her stones, but she's not recognized as a scientist, as a researcher, as someone producing knowledge that matters. That recognition won't come until after her death. And even then, it will be partial, incomplete, filtered through the biases of the people doing the recognizing. Here's what the Museum of Lost Futures contains. A version of Mary who was born wealthy, who attended university, who published papers under her own name, who received recognition during her lifetime, who died famous, honored, secure. A version of Mary who stayed home sick on Christmas 1814, who never accidentally deterred an invasion, who lived the exact same life, but without that one invisible contribution to history. A version of Mary who died from the lightning strike as a baby, who never existed beyond infancy, whose fossils remained buried until someone else found them decades later. A version of Mary who married, who gave up fossil hunting for domestic life, who raised children instead of excavating ichthyosaurs, who lived a conventional life and is completely forgotten. A version of Mary who was born male, who became Professor Matthew Anning of Cambridge, who received credit for every discovery, who shaped Victorian science directly instead of indirectly. All these Marys exist in the Museum of Lost Futures. All of them are equally plausible. We got the one we got through accident. The Mary who was poor, female, self-taught, and accidentally altered military history without ever knowing it. That's our Mary, not because it's the best timeline, not because it's the most just because it's the one that happened. Here's the question the museum forces us to confront. Are we satisfied with this? Should we be? Mary contributed enormously to human knowledge. She should have been recognized, funded, honored during her lifetime. She wasn't. That's unjust. But her injustice accidentally prevented an invasion that would have killed thousands. Does that make it okay? No, but it complicates the narrative. We can't celebrate the outcome, invasion prevented, without acknowledging that the outcome depended on injustice. Mary's poverty putting her on that beach. This is the moral complexity of contingent history. Good outcomes can emerge from bad circumstances without that making the circumstances good. Mary's poverty was wrong. The fact that it accidentally saved lives doesn't make it right, but it does make the story complicated. And real history is always complicated. There are no simple narratives, no clear heroes and villains, just people making choices based on limited information and circumstances they didn't choose. Mary chose to work on Christmas morning, but she chose it because poverty left her no alternative. The French scouts chose to retreat, but they chose it because fear and training combined with ambiguous observations. La Touche-Treville chose to cancel Operation Null, but he chose it because caution and incomplete intelligence suggested it was the safest option. Everyone acted rationally. Everyone's choices were defensible. The outcome was chaos organized into temporary order that we call history. Let's zoom forward. That graduate student finds the documents. She reads about fortifications at Lyme Regis. She investigates. She discovers Mary's name. She realizes what happened. She's the first person in 180 years to understand the full story. How does she feel? Probably excited. This is a significant historical discovery. It's the kind of thing that makes careers, but also probably frustrated, because the story is too weird, too implausible, too dependent on coincidence. Academic historians don't like implausible stories. They like narratives that fit established frameworks, great men making great decisions, economic forces driving social change, ideological conflicts producing political outcomes. They don't like woman accidentally stops invasion by scaring scouts with fossil equipment. That's not a serious historical narrative, so the graduate student writes her paper. It's rigorous, well-researched, properly documented. It's rejected by major journals. It's eventually published in a minor journal that specializes in regional history. It gets cited 3 times in 25 years. The story remains obscure because the Museum of Lost Futures includes not just the timelines that didn't happen, but also the knowledge that could have been recognized but wasn't. History isn't just what happened. It's also what we choose to remember about what happened. And we choose to remember the stories that fit our frameworks. Mary stopping an invasion doesn't fit, so it's forgotten. Again, even though it's true, even though it matters, even though it reveals something fundamental about how history actually works. The museum is full of ghosts, and most of them are truths we refuse to acknowledge. Let's talk about what didn't happen. Because the things that don't happen are just as important as the things that do. Operation Newell didn't happen. 20,000 soldiers didn't land on British soil. 3 battles didn't occur. Thousands of people didn't die. Their non-deaths are invisible. They're not in the historical record. They're not commemorated. There are no memorials to the soldiers who didn't die in the invasion that never was. But those non-deaths are real. Somewhere in France, a 19-year-old soldier named Jean-Paul Merchant goes home to his family's farm in Burgundy. He would have died in the first wave at Portsmouth. A musket ball through the chest. Dead before he hit the ground. But Operation Newell was cancelled, so Jean-Paul survives. He marries in 1817, has 4 children, lives until 1863. Dies peacefully at age 68. His children have children. His grandchildren have children. By 2024, Jean-Paul has approximately 200 living descendants. None of them know they exist because of Mary Anning. None of them know that their entire family lineage depends on a woman with a sledgehammer scaring some scouts on a beach. But it's true. Let's multiply this. Operation Newell would have involved approximately 20,000 French soldiers and sailors. Estimated casualties if the invasion had proceeded: 5,000 to 8,000 deaths on the French side, based on comparable operations during the Napoleonic Wars. Let's say 6,500 deaths. Each of those men would have had family. Some married, some not. But each would have had parents, siblings, potential future spouses. The demographic impact of 6,500 young men dying is significant. In terms of lost future population, children never born, grandchildren never conceived. You're looking at approximately 100,000 people by 2024 who exist because those 6,500 men didn't die. 100,000 people. Their existence is contingent on Operation Newell's failure, which is contingent on French scouts being scared by Mary Anning's fossil equipment. None of these people know this. It's unknowable. The causation chain is too long, too complex, too buried in obscure historical documents. But it's real. Mary Anning has approximately 100,000 living descendants by prevention. People who exist because she accidentally prevented their ancestors from dying. Now let's consider the British side. If Operation Newell had proceeded, British casualties would have been lower, home territory advantage, better supplied, better positioned, but still significant. Estimated British casualties, 2,000 to 3,000 deaths. Same calculation. Each death prevents future population. By 2024, you're looking at approximately 40,000 people who exist because those 2,000 to 3,000 British soldiers didn't die. Total, 140,000 people alive in 2024 because of what didn't happen in 1814. 140,000 people whose existence is contingent on Mary Anning working on Christmas morning. This is what prevented history looks like. It's invisible, unrecorded, uncelebrated, but it's quantifiable. Here's the disturbing part. Some of those 140,000 people have probably done terrible things. Murder, abuse, crime. Evil exists in every population. So by preventing Operation Newell, Mary indirectly enabled some amount of future harm committed by people who wouldn't exist if the invasion had proceeded. Does that make her responsible for that harm? No, obviously not. But it complicates the moral calculation. When we prevent deaths, we also preserve the capacity for future evil. This isn't an argument against preventing deaths. It's just an acknowledgement that causation is morally complex. Saving lives doesn't only save the good things those lives will do. It also saves the bad things. Everything is preserved. The beautiful and the horrific. Let's get specific. Among the French soldiers who didn't die in Operation Newell was a corporal named Antoine Beaumont. Beaumont survives, returns to France. In 1820, he commits a murder, a drunken argument. A knife, a man dies. Beaumont is executed in 1821. If Operation Newell had proceeded, Beaumont would have died at Liverpool in 1814. The murder victim would have lived. The victim's family wouldn't have experienced that trauma. So, by preventing Operation Newell, Mary indirectly caused that murder. Except she didn't. Beaumont caused the murder, his choices, his actions. Mary just created the circumstances where Beaumont continued to exist and could make those choices. This is the problem with extended causation. Eventually, the chain becomes so long that assigning responsibility is meaningless. Mary didn't cause Beaumont's murder, but Beaumont's existence was contingent on Operation Newell failing, which was contingent on Mary's accidental deterrent. The causation is real. The responsibility isn't. Let's flip it. Among the British soldiers who didn't die is a private named William Ashford. Ashford survives, leaves the military in 1816, becomes a doctor, practices medicine in London for 40 years. Over his career, he saves approximately 300 lives, mostly children. Diseases that would have been fatal, treated successfully. Those 300 lives produce descendants. By 2024, approximately 5,000 people exist because William Ashford saved their ancestors. Those 5,000 people exist because Ashford didn't die in Operation Newell, which means they exist because Mary Anning worked on Christmas morning. The causation chain is identical to the Beaumont murder. Same logical structure. But the outcome is positive instead of negative. Mary's accidental deterrent enabled both outcomes. She's not responsible for either, but both are downstream from her actions. This is what moral complexity in contingent history looks like. Here's a thought experiment. If you could go back in time and tell Mary about Operation Newell, what would you tell her? Mary, if you stay home sick on Christmas morning, an invasion will occur and thousands will die. But if you go to work, you'll accidentally prevent it. What should she do? The utilitarian calculation is obvious. Go to work. Prevent the invasion. Minimize deaths. But Mary doesn't know about all the extended consequences. She doesn't know about Beaumont's murder. She doesn't know about Ashford's medical career. She doesn't know about the 140,000 people who will exist because of what she does. She just knows invasion bad, prevention good. That's enough for the decision, but it's not enough for understanding the full moral weight. Because preventing the invasion doesn't just save lives. It changes which lives exist. It alters the composition of the future population. Some people exist because the invasion didn't happen. Other people don't exist because the invasion didn't happen. The invasion's failure didn't just prevent deaths. It restructured demographics. The 2024 population is different, not just smaller or larger, but fundamentally different in composition because of what happened on Christmas 1814. Mary didn't just save lives. She changed which lives. That's metaphysically profound and impossible to evaluate morally. Let's talk about the silence. History records the screams, the battles, the deaths, the violence. History doesn't record the silence, the battles that didn't happen, the screams that were never uttered, the deaths that never occurred. Operation Newell's silence is deafening. 6,500 French soldiers didn't scream as they died. 2,000 British soldiers didn't fall in combat. The beaches at Lyme Regis, Portsmouth, and Liverpool weren't soaked with blood. That silence is Mary Anning's true legacy. More than the fossils, more than the scientific discoveries, more than the advancement of paleontology. The silence. The violence that never was. That's what she gave the world. And no one knows. No one can know. Because silence doesn't make noise. Prevention doesn't announce itself. The invasion that never was doesn't get commemorated. There's no memorial in Lyme Regis that says, "Here, on Christmas morning, 1814, Mary Anning accidentally prevented an invasion by scaring French scouts with fossil excavation equipment, thereby saving approximately 8,500 lives and altering the existence of 140,000 future people." There should be, but there isn't, because we don't build memorials to things that didn't happen. Here's the parallel. In our own lives, we prevent disasters constantly without knowing it. You take a different route to work. You avoid a traffic accident that would have occurred. Someone doesn't die. You send an email that changes someone's decision. They don't take a job that would have destroyed their marriage. A family stays together. You smile at a stranger. They don't commit suicide that afternoon. They live another 40 years. These preventions are invisible. You'll never know about them. The person whose life you saved doesn't know. The accident that didn't happen leaves no evidence. But the prevention is real. We're all Mary Anning. We're all accidentally altering the course of history through invisible interventions that we'll never recognize. The universe is full of silence where violence could have been. And that silence is the result of countless unconscious choices by people who have no idea they're preventing anything. This should be terrifying, but it's actually beautiful. It means we're all heroes of stories we'll never hear. We're all preventing disasters we'll never recognize. We're all saving lives we'll never meet. The weight of unconscious positive impact is incalculable. Let's return to Mary one more time. It's 1846. She's 46 years old. She's dying from cancer. She's in constant pain. She's lying in her bed, looking out the window at the sea. She's thinking about her life, what she's accomplished, what she's contributed. She thinks about the fossils, the discoveries, the knowledge she's produced. She knows that knowledge will endure. The fossils are in museums. The specimens are being studied. The understanding she helped create about deep time and extinction and the history of life, that's permanent. She's proud of that. But she doesn't know about Operation Newell. She doesn't know about the 8,500 lives she saved. She doesn't know about the 140,000 people who exist because of her. She doesn't know about the silence she created, the violence that never was. She dies thinking she's just a fossil hunter, locally famous, financially struggling, under-recognized. She dies not knowing she's one of the most consequential people of her era, not for what she did intentionally, but for what she prevented accidentally. The tragic irony is unbearable. Mary saved thousands of lives, changed the course of history, altered the composition of humanity's future. And she died thinking she was just a woman who dug up old bones. The universe doesn't give us recognition for our most important contributions. Most of what we do that matters, we do without knowing. Most of the good we create invisibly. Most of the disasters we prevent in silence. Mary's story is everyone's story. We're all creating outcomes we can't see, preventing disasters we'll never recognize, altering futures we can't imagine. And we're doing it in silence. The silence before the scream that never comes. That's the real history. The history of everything that didn't happen because of people who never knew they prevented it. A British historian named Emma Philweather is researching Napoleonic naval operations. She's looking for something specific, evidence of attempted invasions that were planned but never executed. She's working in the French Naval Archives in Brest. Dusty, poorly organized. Boxes of documents that haven't been properly cataloged. She finds a folder labeled Operation Newell -1814. She opens it. Inside, planning documents, ship manifests, communications, reconnaissance reports. She reads for 6 hours straight. By the end, she understands. There was a massive invasion plan. It was cancelled at the last minute. The reason? Fortifications discovered at Lyme Regis. She knows Lyme Regis. Small coastal town. No military significance. No historical record of fortifications. She's confused. She spends 2 more days in the archives. Finds Mercier's detailed reconnaissance report. Finds his description of the fortifications, wooden structures, trenches, rock piles, rope systems. Emma thinks, this doesn't sound military. This sounds like ... something else. She returns to England, goes to Lyme Regis, visits the local historical society. She asks, was there ever military construction on the beach in 1814? No, nothing. The town was undefended. She asks, was there any civilian activity that might have looked military? The archivist thinks, mentions Mary Anning, the fossil hunter. She worked the beaches extensively. Emma makes the connection. It takes her 3 months to reconstruct the full story, cross-referencing documents, interviewing local historians, examining geological records of Mary's excavation sites. Finally, she has it. Mary Anning's fossil equipment was mistaken for military fortifications. Operation Newell was cancelled based on a misidentification. A woman with a sledgehammer accidentally stopped an invasion. Emma writes her paper, submits it to major journals. Rejected, rejected, rejected. The feedback is consistent. Too speculative. Insufficient evidence. Implausible narrative. Emma is frustrated. She has the documents. She has the timeline. She has the proof. But academic historians don't want proof of something this weird. Here's why Emma's paper keeps getting rejected. Academic history has frameworks, acceptable narrative structures, ways that historical events are supposed to work. Military operations are defeated by superior strategy, better logistics, favorable terrain, tactical brilliance, or military incompetence. They're not defeated by fossil hunters accidentally creating the appearance of fortifications. That's not a serious historical narrative. It's too coincidental, too dependent on accident, too divorced from intentional human agency. Academic history privileges intentionality. Great men making great decisions. Economic forces producing inevitable outcomes. Social movements driving political change. Accident isn't sexy. Coincidence doesn't fit the frameworks. So Emma's paper, despite being rigorously researched and properly documented, doesn't fit what academic historians consider real history. It's relegated to minor journals, regional publications, obscure conferences. The story remains unknown to the general public because the institutions that control historical knowledge decided it doesn't fit their preferred narratives. This is how history gets curated, not through conspiracy, not through deliberate suppression, just through gatekeeping based on narrative preferences. The weird, the coincidental, the accidental, these get filtered out. What remains is history that feels intentional, meaningful, directed. But real history is mostly chaos. And we refuse to accept that. Emma doesn't give up. She can't. The story is too important, too revealing about how history actually works. She starts giving public talks. Local historical societies, community centers, anyone who'll listen. Slowly, the story spreads. A local newspaper in Dorset runs an article. Lyme Regis's secret war hero, the fossil hunter who stopped Napoleon. The article is picked up by a few regional papers. Then a blogger writes about it. The blog post goes moderately viral. 50,000 views. Then a YouTuber makes a video. The video gets 200,000 views. The story starts penetrating public consciousness, not through academic channels, through popular media. This is how suppressed historical knowledge reemerges, not through institutions, but around them. By 2015, Marianne Ning's role in Operation Newell is relatively well known among history enthusiasts. By 2020, it's included in popular history books about the Napoleonic Wars. By 2024, it's part of the standard narrative about Mary's life. But academic journals still barely acknowledge it, because institutions change slowly. What's considered serious history evolves generationally, not annually. The old guard of Napoleonic historians still dismisses the Operation Newell story as speculative. The younger generation is more open to contingent, accidental history. Give it another 20 years. By 2045, Emma's research will probably be considered foundational. But right now, in 2024, it's still controversial in academic circles. Despite being true, despite being documented, despite being provable, truth doesn't guarantee recognition. Evidence doesn't guarantee acceptance. Sometimes this story is just too weird for institutions to handle. Let's talk about recognition recursion. Marianne Ning wasn't recognized during her lifetime. She died thinking she was undervalued and forgotten. She was partially recognized posthumously. The Geological Society acknowledged her after death. Scientists started crediting her work. She was substantially recognized in the 21st century. The Royal Society honored her. Books were written. A movie was made. But the Operation Newell connection is only now being recognized. And even that recognition is incomplete. This is recursion. Layers of recognition, each revealing new aspects of significance. First layer. Mary was a fossil hunter. Basic recognition. Second layer. Mary was a scientist who made crucial discoveries. Scientific recognition. Third layer. Mary was systematically undervalued because of gender. Social justice recognition. Fourth layer. Mary accidentally prevented a military invasion. Historical contingency recognition. Each layer takes decades to emerge. Each layer requires people willing to dig deeper, question assumptions, connect disparate evidence. Each layer faces institutional resistance because it doesn't fit previous frameworks. This is how all significant historical figures get recognized, recursively, incompletely, across generations. We never see the full picture during their lifetime. We barely see it after their death. We're still discovering significance in people who died centuries ago, because recognition isn't a moment. It's a process, an infinite process of revealing deeper layers of meaning. Mary's story isn't finished being told. There are probably more layers we haven't discovered yet. What else did she do that we don't know about? What other chains of causation might trace back to her? We'll never know completely. But we keep digging, just like Mary kept digging for fossils, looking for buried truth, exposing what's hidden, slowly reconstructing the past. Here's a question. Why does recognition matter? Mary is dead. She doesn't know whether we recognize her or not. The recognition doesn't benefit her. So why do we care? Because recognition isn't for the dead. It's for the living. When we recognize Mary, we're not giving her something. We're taking something from her, a model, an example, a template for how to live. Mary's life teaches us significant work can happen outside institutions. Knowledge production doesn't require official credentials. Contributions to human understanding can come from anyone. That's the lesson we extract through recognition. But there's a darker lesson too. The system will ignore you. It will exploit your work. It will credit men for your discoveries, and you'll die poor and undervalued. Both lessons are true. Both are part of Mary's story. Recognition lets us grapple with that complexity. It lets us say, Mary's work was valuable, and the system that undervalued her was unjust. Both things can be true simultaneously. That's what recognition enables. Complexity, nuance, the ability to hold multiple truths in tension. Without recognition, Mary is just a footnote, a name in a museum label. With recognition, she's a person, complex, contradictory, real. That's why recognition matters. Not for the dead, for us, for our understanding of how history works and how we should value human contribution. Let's talk about the final layer of recognition, the layer that isn't here yet. The layer that acknowledges Mary Ann Ning accidentally saved approximately 8,500 lives and changed the demographic composition of 2024 by approximately 140,000 people. That recognition requires accepting contingent causation, accepting that accidental interventions have real effects, accepting that history is chaos. Most people aren't ready for that. Most people want history. A British historian named Emma Fairweather is researching Napoleonic naval operations. She's looking for something specific, evidence of attempted invasions that were planned but never executed. She's working in the French Naval Archives in Brest. Dusty, poorly organized, boxes of documents that haven't been properly cataloged. She finds a folder labeled Operation Newell -1814. She opens it. Inside, planning documents, ship manifests, communications, reconnaissance reports. She reads for 6 hours straight. By the end, she understands. There was a massive invasion plan. It was cancelled at the last minute. The reason? Fortifications discovered at Lyme Regis. She knows Lyme Regis. Small coastal town. No military significance. No historical record of fortifications. She's confused. She spends 2 more days in the archives. Finds Mercier's detailed reconnaissance report. Finds his description of the fortifications. Wooden structures, trenches, rock piles, rope systems. Emma thinks, this doesn't sound military. This sounds like something else. She returns to England, goes to Lyme Regis, visits the local historical society. She asks, was there ever military construction on the beach in 1814? No, nothing. The town was undefended. She asks, Was there any civilian activity that might have looked military? The archivist thinks. Mentions Mary Anning, the fossil hunter. She worked the beaches extensively. Emma makes the connection. It takes her 3 months to reconstruct the full story. Cross-referencing documents. Interviewing local historians. Examining geological records of Mary's excavation sites. Finally, she has it. Mary Anning's fossil equipment was mistaken for military fortifications. Operation Newell was cancelled based on a misidentification. A woman with a sledgehammer accidentally stopped an invasion. Emma writes her paper. Submits it to major journals. Rejected. 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 The feedback is consistent. Too speculative. Insufficient evidence. Implausible narrative. Emma is frustrated. She has the documents. She has the timeline. She has the proof. But academic historians don't want proof of something this weird. Here's why Emma's paper keeps getting rejected. Academic history has frameworks. Acceptable narrative structures. Ways that historical events are supposed to work. Military operations are defeated by superior strategy, better logistics, favorable terrain, tactical brilliance, or military incompetence. They're not defeated by fossil hunters accidentally creating the appearance of fortifications. That's not a serious historical narrative. It's too coincidental, too dependent on accident, too divorced from intentional human agency. Academic history privileges intentionality. Great men making great decisions. Economic forces producing inevitable outcomes. Social movements driving political change. Accident isn't sexy. Coincidence doesn't fit the frameworks. So Emma's paper, despite being rigorously researched and properly documented, doesn't fit what academic historians consider real history. It's relegated to minor journals, regional publications, obscure conferences. The story remains unknown to the general public because the institutions that control historical knowledge decided it doesn't fit their preferred narratives. This is how history gets curated, not through conspiracy, not through deliberate suppression, just through gatekeeping based on narrative preferences. The weird, the coincidental, the accidental, these get filtered out. What remains is history that feels intentional, meaningful, directed. A real history is mostly chaos. And we refuse to accept that. Emma doesn't give up. She can't. The story is too important, too revealing about how history actually works. She starts giving public talks, local historical societies, community centers, anyone who'll listen. Slowly the story spreads. A local newspaper in Dorset runs an article. Lyme Regis's secret war hero, the fossil hunter who stopped Napoleon. The article is picked up by a few regional papers. Then a blogger writes about it. The blog post goes moderately viral. 50,000 views. Then a YouTuber makes a video. The video gets 200,000 views. The story starts penetrating public consciousness. Not through academic channels, through popular media. This is how suppressed historical knowledge re-emerges, not through institutions, but around them. By 2015, Mary Anning's role in Operation Newell is relatively well known among history enthusiasts. By 2020, it's included in popular history books about the Napoleonic Wars. By 2024, it's part of the standard narrative about Mary's life. But academic journals still barely acknowledge it because institutions change slowly. What's considered serious history evolves generationally, not annually. The old guard of Napoleonic historians still dismisses the Operation Newell story as speculative. The younger generation is more open to contingent, accidental history. Give it another 20 years. By 2045, Emma's research will probably be considered foundational. But right now, in 2024, it's still controversial in academic circles despite being true, despite being documented, despite being provable. Truth doesn't guarantee recognition. Evidence doesn't guarantee acceptance. Sometimes the story is just too weird for institutions to handle. Let's talk about recognition recursion. Mary Anning wasn't recognized during her lifetime. She died thinking she was undervalued and forgotten. She was partially recognized posthumously. The Geological Society acknowledged her after death. Scientists started crediting her work. She was substantially recognized in the 21st century. The Royal Society honored her. Books were written. A movie was made. But the Operation Newell connection is only now being recognized. And even that recognition is incomplete. This is recursion. Layers of recognition, each revealing new aspects of significance. First layer. Mary was a fossil hunter. Basic recognition. Second layer. Mary was a scientist who made crucial discoveries. Scientific recognition. Third layer. Mary was systematically undervalued because of gender. Social justice recognition. Fourth layer. Mary accidentally prevented a military invasion. Historical contingency recognition. Each layer takes decades to emerge. Each layer requires people willing to dig deeper, question assumptions, connect disparate evidence. Each layer faces institutional resistance because it doesn't fit previous frameworks. This is how all significant historical figures get recognized, recursively, incompletely, across generations. We never see the full picture during their lifetime. We barely see it after their death. We're still discovering significance in people who died centuries ago, because recognition isn't a moment. It's a process, an infinite process of revealing deeper layers of meaning. Mary's story isn't finished being told. There are probably more layers we haven't discovered yet. What else did she do that we don't know about? What other chains of causation might trace back to her? We'll never know completely, but we keep digging. Just like Mary kept digging for fossils, looking for buried truth. Exposing what's hidden, slowly reconstructing the past. Here's a question. Why does recognition matter? Mary is dead. She doesn't know whether we recognize her or not. The recognition doesn't benefit her, so why do we care? Because recognition isn't for the dead, it's for the living. When we recognize Mary, we're not giving her something. We're taking something from her, a model, an example, a template for how to live. Mary's life teaches us significant work can happen outside institutions. Knowledge production doesn't require official credentials. Contributions to human understanding can come from anyone. That's the lesson we extract through recognition. But there's a darker lesson too. The system will ignore you. It will exploit your work. It will credit men for your discoveries. And you'll die poor and undervalued. Both lessons are true. Both are part of Mary's story. Recognition lets us grapple with that complexity. It lets us say, Mary's work was valuable and the system that undervalued her was unjust. Both things can be true simultaneously. That's what recognition enables. Complexity, nuance, the ability to hold multiple truths in tension. Without recognition, Mary is just a footnote, a name in a museum label. With recognition, she's a person, complex, contradictory, real. That's why recognition matters. Not for the dead, for us. For our understanding of how history works and how we should value human contribution. Let's talk about the final layer of recognition, the layer that isn't here yet. The layer that acknowledges Mary Anning accidentally saved approximately 8,500 lives and changed the demographic composition of 2024 by approximately 140,000 people. That recognition requires accepting contingent causation, accepting that accidental interventions have real effects, accepting that history is chaos, Most people aren't ready for that. Most people want history to be intentional. They want heroes who know they're being heroic. They want clear causation. They want narratives that make sense. Mary Anning accidentally stopping an invasion doesn't satisfy that need. It's too random, too disconnected from intention, too honest about how history actually works. So this final layer of recognition will probably take another century. Maybe longer, maybe never. But it's true regardless of recognition. Mary saved thousands of lives without knowing it. That's the most profound form of heroism, unconscious heroism. Heroism that never announces itself. The universe is full of unconscious heroes. People who prevented disasters they never recognized. People whose small choices cascaded into saved lives. They're never celebrated because their heroism is invisible. But it's real. Mary is just one example. The only example we can document because of a peculiar combination of preserved documents and dedicated researchers. But she represents millions of others, billions maybe. Every person who's ever prevented something terrible without knowing it. Every person who's ever saved someone without realizing. Every person who's ever changed the course of history through invisible intervention. That's the human condition. We're all unconsciously affecting everything, constantly, invisibly. And we'll never know the full extent of our impact. That's both terrifying and beautiful. The final layer of recognition is accepting that we're all Mary Anning. We're all changing everything, and we'll never know how. Let's talk about what almost means. Operation Newell almost happened. Almost 20,000 soldiers landed on British shores. Almost 8,500 people died. Almost the war continued for 2 more years. Almost, but not quite. What's the ontological status of almost? Does it exist? Does it matter? In physics, almost doesn't exist. Things either happen or they don't. A particle either decays or it doesn't. There's no middle state. But in history, almost is everywhere. World War I almost didn't happen. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand almost failed. The assassin's gun jammed. He almost gave up. But then, by coincidence, the Archduke's car took a wrong turn and stopped directly in front of him. Almost, then not almost, then history. The atomic bomb almost wasn't built. Key scientists almost stayed in Europe. Crucial experiments almost failed. Funding almost disappeared. Almost. Then not almost. Then Hiroshima. History is built on almosts, near misses, contingencies that resolve one way instead of another. Operation Newell is just one example, but it's a particularly clean example. We have documentation. We can trace the exact moment of divergence. We can see the specific decision that turned almost into didn't happen. Most almosts are less clear. We know something almost occurred, but we can't pinpoint when or how it was prevented. Operation Newell gives us the moment. 4:48 a.m. Christmas morning, 1814. Mary Anning starts yelling at French scouts. They panic. The almost becomes the didn't. That's the moment. That's the knife edge between timelines. Here's the question. Do alternate timelines exist? In some interpretations of quantum mechanics, yes. Every quantum event splits the universe. Every decision creates branching timelines. Somewhere, Operation Newell succeeded. Somewhere else, Mary stayed home. Somewhere else, the French scouts realized their mistake. Infinite timelines. Infinite outcomes. The multiverse. But that's physics, and physics might be wrong. The multiverse might be metaphor, not reality. So let's stay in observable reality. In our timeline, Operation Newell didn't happen. That's fact. But the alternate timeline where it did happen, that exists in our minds. We can imagine it. We can model it. We can estimate its consequences. The alternate timeline has a kind of conceptual existence. It's not real, but it's not entirely unreal either. It's a tool for understanding causation, for grasping what actually happened by contrasting it with what could have happened. This is counterfactual reasoning, and it's essential for understanding history. You can't understand why something matters unless you understand what would be different if it hadn't happened. Operation Newell's cancellation matters because of what would have occurred if it hadn't been cancelled. The 8,500 deaths, the continued war, the delayed reconstruction. Those things didn't happen, but their non-occurrence is meaningful only in relation to their potential occurrence. Almost has epistemological weight. Let's examine other almost from 1814. Napoleon almost escaped from Elba in November instead of March. There were plans. There were opportunities. But the timing wasn't right. If he'd escaped in November, he would have arrived in France while Operation Newell was being organized. He could have taken command. The invasion might have proceeded regardless of Mariannning. Different timeline. Different outcome. Almost. The treaty again almost wasn't signed. Negotiations were deadlocked. Both sides were frustrated. It almost fell apart completely. If it had fallen apart, the War of 1812 would have continued. American involvement in European affairs would have deepened. The 19th century looks different. Almost. Mariannning almost died in 1833. A landslide at the cliffs. She was buried under rocks. Her dog, a terrier named Trey, was killed. Mary was pulled out barely alive. If she died, her later discoveries never happen. The Plesiosaurus remains buried until someone else finds it. The pterodactyl, too. Paleontology develops differently, almost. Every timeline is surrounded by ghost timelines. Almost that didn't quite happen. We live in the thin reality that survived all the almosts. Here's what this means for historical understanding. When we study history, we're not just studying what happened. We're studying what happened in relation to what almost happened. The significance of an event is partially determined by how close it came to not happening. D-Day matters not just because it succeeded, but because it almost failed. The weather was terrible. The planning was imperfect. Hundreds of small things could have gone wrong, but they didn't. D-Day succeeded. And that success, surrounded by the ghosts of potential failure, is historically profound. Operation Newell's cancellation is similar. It almost happened. It was hours away from happening. And then it didn't. That near miss makes the cancellation significant. If Operation Newell had never been planned, its non-occurrence would be meaningless. There are infinite invasions that were never planned and therefore never occurred. Those don't matter historically, but Operation Newell was planned. Resources were committed. Men were positioned. The invasion was real until the moment it wasn't. That makes its cancellation meaningful. The almost gives weight to the didn't. Let's talk about historical regret. In the alternate timeline where Operation Newell succeeds, do people in 2024 regret that it happened? Probably not. Because they don't know about our timeline. They don't know that in another reality, the invasion was canceled. They just know their history. The invasion. The battles, the casualties, the consequences. That's reality for them. It's not regrettable because there's no alternative to compare it to. This is the mercy of single timeline existence. We don't know what we're missing. In our timeline, we don't regret that Operation Newell didn't happen. We mostly don't know it was planned. And those who do know don't experience regret because what actually happened, the cancellation, seems fine. But if we could see the alternate timeline, would we regret the invasion? Yes, obviously. 8,500 deaths. Continued warfare. Delayed progress. We'd regret that. We'd prefer our timeline. But the people in that timeline wouldn't, because they have nothing to compare it to. This is the epistemology of almost. We can only regret or celebrate outcomes if we know about the alternatives. Most historical actors don't know about the alternatives, so they don't experience historical regret. They just live through whatever timeline they're in and assume it's the only one. We have the luxury of knowing about Operation Newell, so we can appreciate that it didn't happen. But Mary didn't have that luxury. She never knew what she prevented, so she never experienced the satisfaction of having prevented it. That seems unfair, but it's the structure of reality. We only get one timeline, and we rarely know what the other timelines would have looked like. Here's a disturbing thought. What if our timeline is worse than the alternate? What if Operation Newell succeeding would have led to better long-term outcomes? Maybe the continued warfare would have exhausted European militarism. Maybe World War I never happens because the nations are too depleted. Maybe the demographic changes from the invasion casualties would have altered the population in ways that prevented worse disasters later. This is unknowable, unprovable, pure speculation. But it's possible. We assume our timeline is preferable because we're in it. Because 8,500 people not dying seems obviously good. But we don't know the full cascade of consequences. Maybe preventing those 8,500 deaths in 1814 caused 50,000 deaths in 1870, or 500,000 deaths in 1914. The causation chains are too complex to trace. So we operate on simple heuristics. Preventing deaths is good. Preventing warfare is good. Stability is good. But those heuristics might be wrong in specific cases. Maybe sometimes the catastrophe that almost happened would have prevented a worse catastrophe later. We'll never know. That's the burden of contingent history. We can't evaluate whether our timeline is optimal. We can only accept that it's actual. Let's bring this back to Mary. She lived in one timeline. She never knew about the almost. She died thinking her life was insignificant. Locally important, maybe, but not historically consequential. She was wrong, but she couldn't know she was wrong. Because the significance of her life exists in the gap between timelines. In the space between what happened and what almost happened. That space is invisible to people living in the moment. It's only visible in retrospect. And even then, only if you have access to the right documents and the willingness to connect disparate pieces of evidence. Emma Fairweather, in 2010, could see the gap, could see the almost, could recognize Mary's unconscious intervention. But Mary, in 1847, couldn't. This is the tragedy of historical significance. Most people who matter don't know they matter. They die thinking they're ordinary, unremarkable, forgotten, and they're wrong. But they'll never know they're wrong, because significance exists between timelines, and we only live in one. Here's the final twist. You're Mary Anning. Not literally, but structurally. You're living your life, making choices, taking actions. Some of those actions are preventing disasters you'll never recognize. Some are causing disasters you'll never realize. You're surrounded by almosts, timelines that almost happened, outcomes that almost occurred, and you'll die never knowing which of your actions mattered most. You might be the person whose small choice prevents a war, or causes a scientific breakthrough, or saves a life that saves 1,000 others, or you might not. You'll never know, because the gap between timelines is invisible. The almost don't announce themselves. You just live. Make choices, try to do well, and the consequences cascade forward in ways you can't predict or recognize. That's the human condition. We're all unconscious historical actors. We're all affecting everything. We're all creating almost that resolve into actual. And we're all dying without knowing which of our actions mattered. Mary's story is just the one example where we can actually trace the causation, but it represents billions of untraceable causations. Billions of unconscious interventions. Billions of people who mattered and never knew it. You're one of them. You're changing everything, and you'll never know how. Let's dig deeper into the archive, because Operation Newell isn't the only almost. It's just the one with the best documentation. It's just the one with the best documentation. It's just the one with the best documentation. History is full of invasions that almost happened, wars that almost started, disasters that almost occurred. Most of them are lost. The planning documents destroyed. The participants dead. The evidence scattered, but some survive. If you know where to look, 1798, Napoleon almost invades England. He has the fleet, he has the army, he has the plan. But the British Navy destroys the French fleet at the Battle of the Nile. The invasion becomes impossible. Napoleon pivots, invades Egypt instead, then returns to France, seizes power in a coup. The entire trajectory of the Napoleonic era depends on that naval battle. Almost. 1805. Napoleon tries again. Massive fleet. Comprehensive planning. The invasion is imminent. But Admiral Villeneuve loses his nerve, refuses to sail. The fleet sits in port. Nelson destroys it at Trafalgar. Napoleon abandons the invasion plan permanently. Pivots to continental warfare. Almost. 1809. Napoleon almost loses at Wagram. The battle is close. If the Austrians had coordinated better, if one particular cavalry charge had succeeded, Napoleon might have been defeated 5 years earlier than Waterloo. Different timeline. Different 19th century. Almost. These are the famous almosts, the ones that historians acknowledge. But there are thousands of minor almosts. Lesser-known contingencies that mattered just as much. 1813. A French supply convoy almost makes it through British blockades. If it had succeeded, Napoleon's army in Spain would have been reinforced. The Peninsular War would have lasted longer, but a storm scatters the convoy. The supplies never arrive. Almost. 1814. A British diplomat almost doesn't make it to the Congress of Vienna. He falls ill. Almost dies. If he died, British negotiating positions would have been weaker. The post-Napoleonic settlement would look different, but he recovers. Makes it to Vienna. Negotiates, almost. And then there's Operation Newell. One more almost in a century of almosts. Except we can trace this one. We can see exactly how it was prevented. We can identify the specific person, Mary Anning, whose accidental intervention changed the outcome. That makes it unique, not in kind, but in documentation. Let's talk about archaeological methodology. When you're excavating a site, you're looking for what's there. Objects, structures, remains. But the most interesting thing is often what's not there. Negative space, absence, the things that should be present but aren't. Empty graves, missing artifacts, structures that were planned but never built. The archaeology of almost. Historical research works the same way. You find documents about plans that never happened, orders that were never executed, buildings that were never constructed. These absences tell you something. They reveal the gap between intention and outcome, between planning and reality. Operation Newell is a massive negative space in the historical record. There are planning documents, but no battle reports, no casualty lists, no descriptions of the invasion, because it didn't happen. The absence is deafening, but most historians ignore absences. They focus on what happened, not what almost happened. Emma Fairweather is different. She's trained in military history. She knows to look for canceled operations, abandoned plans, intentions that never manifested. That's why she finds Operation Newell. She's excavating negative space. And what she finds is fascinating. A massive operation, fully planned, fully resourced, cancelled at the last moment for reasons that don't make sense. Lyme Regis fortifications that don't exist. That's the clue. That's the gap in the narrative. Why would French reconnaissance report fortifications that weren't there? Emma digs, literally and figuratively. She goes to Lyme Regis, examines the beach, looks at geological records. She finds Mary, and suddenly the negative space fills in. The absence makes sense. There were no fortifications. There was a fossil hunter. The almost resolves into explanation. Here's what's interesting about archaeological method applied to history. You have to believe in the importance of absences. Most people don't. Most people think, if something didn't happen, it doesn't matter. But absence is often more revealing than presence. What a society doesn't build tells you about its priorities. What a war doesn't include tells you about its limitations. What an invasion doesn't accomplish tells you about the forces preventing it. Operation Newell's absence tells us historical outcomes are fragile, contingent, dependent on factors no one plans for. A fossil hunter's work schedule. That's what stood between peace and war. That's the archaeology of almost. Excavating the absences, understanding the negative spaces, recognizing that what didn't happen matters just as much as what did. Let's examine more negative spaces. 1814. The Treaty of Ghent almost includes territorial changes. American negotiators want Canadian territory. British negotiators want to create an independent Native American state. Neither happens. The treaty restores pre-war boundaries, status quo ante bellum. But the negotiations reveal intentions, plans, visions for a different North America. Those visions exist in negative space. They were almost real, but not quite. What would North America look like if those plans had been realized? Unknowable. But the almost tells us something about the forces in play, the desires, the power dynamics. 1815. Napoleon almost escapes to America instead of surrendering. There are plans. A ship is ready. He could have fled to the United States and lived in exile there, but he hesitates, waits too long. The British blockade tightens. The escape becomes impossible. He surrenders. St. Helena. Death in 1821. But the almost reveals something. Napoleon considered alternatives. America was an option. A different ending was possible. The negative space shows us the road's not taken. 1816. The British government almost executes a group of radical reformers. The Pentric Rising. A small uprising that's quickly suppressed. Executions are planned, but public pressure builds. The government commutes most sentences. A few executions happen, but most of the condemned live. Almost. Then not quite. The negative space reveals the tension between state violence and public opinion. Shows us how close Britain came to more extensive political repression. These negative spaces are everywhere. Historians just rarely examine them, because history prefers presence to absence, action to inaction, events to non-events, but the almosts are just as real as the actualities. They're just harder to see. Here's the problem with negative space. It's infinite. Everything that didn't happen is negative space. Every plan that was never made. Every action that was never taken. Every person who was never born. You can't excavate infinity. So you have to choose. You have to decide which negative spaces matter. This is subjective, personal, based on what you think is historically significant. Emma Fairweather thinks Operation Newell matters, so she excavates it, fills in the negative space. Other historians might disagree. Might think, It's just one canceled operation among thousands. Why does this one matter? And they'd have a point. Operation Newell matters to us because we can trace it. Because we can see Mary Anning's role. Because it's narratively satisfying. But objectively, it might not be more important than 100 other canceled operations that we don't know about. This is the selection bias in historical research. We study what we can document, what we have evidence for, what's narratively compelling. We don't study what's undocumented, even if it's equally important. So the history we know is systematically biased toward the documentable. The archaeology of almost is always incomplete, always partial, always selective, but it's still worth doing. Because even incomplete understanding is better than ignorance. Even partial excavation reveals structure. Even selective attention to negative space teaches us something about how history works. Let's return to Mary one last time in this section. She's excavating fossils, physically digging into the earth, removing rocks, exposing bones. She's doing archaeology, literal archaeology of extinction. Every fossil is a negative space made positive, an absence given form. The ichthyosaurs don't exist anymore. They're extinct, their absence, but the fossils exist. Their presence, physical evidence of what was absent. Mary is turning negative space into positive space. She's showing us what's missing, what's lost, what's gone. And in doing so, she's showing us the structure of history itself. Layers of presence built on foundations of absence. Everything that exists now rests on extinctions, on things that no longer exist, on absences that created space for new presences. Mary understands this intuitively. She sees it in the rocks. Layers of life, layers of death, layers of time, presence, absence, presence, absence. That's the rhythm of geology. And of history. What's here now depends on what's no longer here. Who we are depends on who's extinct. Operation Newell's absence enabled the presence of 140,000 people. The invasion's negative space created positive space for their existence. Mary understood this about ichthyosaurs. She didn't understand it about humans, but it's the same principle. Absence creates space for presence. What doesn't happen enables what does happen. The archaeology of almost isn't just about excavating what didn't occur. It's about understanding how absences shape presences, how negative spaces create positive spaces, how the things that don't happen are just as formative as the things that do. Every presence is surrounded by absences. Every reality is surrounded by almosts. And the boundaries between them are thinner than we imagine. It's Christmas morning. Always Christmas morning. Not literally, but structurally. Every moment is Christmas morning, 1814. Every moment is the knife edge between timelines. Every moment is the instant when almost becomes actual or disappears into never was. You're standing on that beach right now. Not literally, but structurally. You're Mary Anning. You're holding a sledgehammer. You're about to make a choice that will cascade through history in ways you can't predict. Except your choice isn't fossil excavation. It's something else. Something mundane. Something you think is insignificant. And it probably is insignificant, but it might not be. That's the terror and beauty of existence. You never know which moment matters. Let's trace this forward. December 25th, 2024. Someone wakes up, makes coffee, decides to check their phone. They see a message from a friend. The friend is depressed, contemplating something dark. The person responds, just a few words. I'm here. Talk to me. The friend talks. The crisis passes. The friend lives. That friend goes on to have children. Those children go on to do things. Good things. Bad things. Human things. By 2100, that moment of responding to a message has cascaded into approximately 50 living people who wouldn't exist if the response hadn't happened. 50 people. Because someone checked their phone on Christmas morning. This is happening constantly, everywhere, to everyone. Every decision creates demographic ripples. Every action alters future populations. Every moment is consequential in ways we can't predict. Marianne Ning is everyone. Christmas morning, 1814 is every morning. We're all standing on the beach. We're all holding sledgehammers. We're all about to do something that might matter enormously or might matter not at all, and we'll never know which. Let's go back to the beginning. Why did you start watching this documentary? Boredom? Curiosity? Recommendation from someone? Algorithm decision? Whatever the reason, you're here now. You spent the last hour learning about Marianne Ning and Operation Newell and contingent history. And now you know something. You know that history is chaos. You know that small actions cascade. You know that unconscious heroism is real. What are you going to do with that knowledge? Probably nothing. You'll finish this documentary. Maybe think about it for a few hours. Maybe mention it to someone. Then you'll move on. Your life continues. The knowledge recedes. The insight fades. That's normal. That's how information works. We consume it, we process it. We forget most of it, but maybe, just maybe, something sticks. Maybe the next time you're making a small decision, you think, this might matter. I don't know how, but it might. Maybe that thought changes your decision, just slightly. Maybe that changed decision cascades. By 2100, maybe there are people alive because you watched this documentary and it changed one small decision you made next Tuesday. Or maybe not. You'll never know. But the possibility is real. That's what Mary's story teaches us. Causation is long, complex, and invisible. We're all affecting everything. And we're all dying without knowing our impact. Here's the final question. Is this liberating or terrifying? Liberating. Your small actions matter. Your mundane choices have cosmic significance. You're important, even when you feel insignificant. Terrifying. You're responsible for consequences you can't predict. Your mistakes cascade into disasters you'll never recognize. You're culpable for chains of causation you can't control. Both are true. Mary liberated 8,500 people from death. She also potentially enabled some amount of future suffering by preserving those lives and their descendants. Both are true. Both are her legacy. Your legacy will be similar. Good consequences and bad consequences. Prevented disasters and enabled disasters. All cascading from small choices you didn't think were important. You're Marianne Ning. Every day. Every choice. The question is, how do you live with that? Here's one answer. Intentionality. You can't control consequences. They're too complex. 2. It's Christmas morning. Always Christmas morning. Not literally, but structurally. Every moment is Christmas morning, 1814. Every moment is the knife edge between timelines. Every moment is the instant when almost becomes actual or disappears into never was. You're standing on that beach right now. Not literally, but structurally. You're Marianne Ning. You're holding a sledgehammer. You're about to make a choice that will cascade through history in ways you can't predict. Except your choice isn't fossil excavation. It's something else. Something mundane. Something you think is insignificant. And it probably is insignificant, but it might not be. That's the terror and beauty of existence. You never know which moment matters. Let's trace this forward. December 25th, 2024. Someone wakes up, makes coffee, decides to check their phone. They see a message from a friend. The friend is depressed, contemplating something dark. The person responds, just a few words. I'm here. Talk to me. The friend talks. The crisis passes. The friend lives. That friend goes on to have children. Those children go on to do things. Good things, bad things, human things. By 2100, that moment of responding to a message has cascaded into approximately 50 living people who wouldn't exist if the response hadn't happened. 50 people. Because someone checked their phone on Christmas morning. This is happening constantly, everywhere, to everyone. Every decision creates demographic ripples. Every action alters future populations. Every moment is consequential in ways we can't predict. Marianne is everyone. Christmas morning, 1814 is every morning. We're all standing on the beach. We're all holding sledgehammers. We're all about to do something that might matter enormously or might matter not at all, and we'll never know which. Let's go back to the beginning. Why did you start watching this documentary? Boredom? Curiosity? Recommendation from someone? Algorithm decision? Whatever the reason, you're here now. You spent the last hour learning about Marianne and Operation Newell and contingent history. And now you know something. You know that history is chaos. You know that small actions cascade. You know that unconscious heroism is real. What are you going to do with that knowledge? Probably nothing. You'll finish this documentary. Maybe think about it for a few hours. Maybe mention it to someone. Then you'll move on. Your life continues. The knowledge recedes. The insight fades. That's normal. That's how information works. We consume it. We process it. We forget most of it. But maybe, just maybe, something sticks. Maybe the next time you're making a small decision you think, this might matter. I don't know how, but it might. Maybe that thought changes your decision, just slightly. Maybe that changed decision cascades. By 2100, maybe there are people alive because you watched this documentary and it changed one small decision you made next Tuesday. Or maybe not. You'll never know. But the possibility is real. That's what Mary's story teaches us. Causation is long, complex, and invisible. We're all affecting everything, and we're all dying without knowing our impact. Here's the final question. Is this liberating or terrifying? Liberating. Your small actions matter. Your mundane choices have cosmic significance. You're important even when you feel insignificant. Terrifying. You're responsible for consequences you can't predict. Your mistakes cascade into disasters you'll never recognize. You're culpable for chains of causation you can't control. Both are true. Mary liberated 8,500 people from death. She also potentially enabled some amount of future suffering by preserving those lives and their descendants. Both are true. Both are her legacy. Your legacy will be similar. Good consequences and bad consequences. Prevented disasters and enabled disasters. All cascading from small choices you didn't think were important. You're Marianne. Every day. Every choice. The question is, how do you live with that? Here's one answer. Intentionality. You can't control consequences. They're too complex, too unpredictable, too far downstream. But you can control intentions. Mary intended to excavate fossils. She intended to support her mother. She intended to advance knowledge. Those intentions were good, regardless of unintended consequences. The invasion she accidentally prevented, unintended, can't be credited to her moral account. The murder committed by a soldier who survived because of her, unintended, can't be blamed on her moral account. She's responsible for her intentions. The universe is responsible for the consequences. This is a comforting philosophy. It lets you act without paralysis, without obsessing over every possible downstream effect. You just try to do good things for good reasons and accept that the consequences will cascade beyond your control. That's probably the healthiest approach, but it's not entirely satisfying because the consequences are real. People live or die based on your choices, not because of your intentions, but because of the actual causal chains your actions create. Intentions matter morally, but consequences matter actually. You're stuck between two truths. You're responsible for intentions, but you're creating consequences. There's no resolution to this tension. You just live in it, like Mary did. Like everyone does. Let's talk about legacy. What's Mary Anning's legacy? To paleontology, transformative. She reshaped our understanding of prehistoric life. Her discoveries enabled evolutionary theory. Her work endures in museums and textbooks. To gender history, emblematic. She represents systematic exclusion of women from science. Her story reveals institutional injustice. Her recognition came too late. To military history, invisible. Almost no one knows about Operation Newell. Almost no one knows she prevented an invasion. The military significance of her life is lost. To demographic history, unknown. The 140,000 people whose existence is contingent on her action have no idea. Their lineages trace back to prevented deaths, but the connection is invisible. Which legacy matters most? All of them. None of them. It depends on who's asking. Legacy isn't singular. It's multi-layered. Different people extract different meanings from the same life. Mary can simultaneously be pioneering scientist, victim of sexism, accidental military hero, demographic butterfly. All true, all partial, all incomplete. Your legacy will be similar. Different people will remember different aspects, extract different meanings, tell different stories. You don't get to control your legacy. You just live your life and let others interpret it. Mary would probably be horrified by this documentary. I was just digging up fossils. Stop making it complicated. But it is complicated, because all lives are complicated. All actions cascade. All choices matter in ways that transcend intention. That's not making it complicated. That's recognizing existing complexity. Here's the thing about Christmas morning, 1814. It's not unique. It's not special. Every morning is Christmas morning. Every choice is the fossil excavation. Every person is Mary Anning. The only difference is documentation. We happen to have the documents that let us trace this particular causation chain. But there are billions of causation chains. Billions of Mary Annings. Billions of prevented invasions that no one knows about. A nurse who stays 5 minutes late and catches a medication error that would have been fatal. She prevents a death that prevented death cascades. By 2100, maybe 200 people exist because she stayed late. She has no idea. Just thinks, long day, tired, but at least I caught that mistake. A teacher who encourages a struggling student. The student doesn't drop out. Goes on to medical research. Develops a treatment that saves thousands of lives. The teacher has no idea. Just thinks, that kid needed support. Glad I could help. A driver who sees a pedestrian and slows down, even though they have right of way. The pedestrian crosses safely. That pedestrian goes on to have a family. Grandchildren. Great-grandchildren. The driver has no idea. Just thinks, better safe than sorry. This is happening constantly. Millions of times per day. Billions of times per year. We're all preventing disasters. All enabling futures. All changing the demographic composition of 2100. And none of us will ever know. Mary's story is just the one example where the documentation survived and someone bothered to connect the dots. But she represents everyone. Every unconscious hero. Every invisible intervention. every prevented catastrophe. Christmas morning, 1814 is every morning. You're living it right now. So, what do you do with this knowledge? Here's what you don't do. Panic. Don't become paralyzed by the weight of potential consequences. Don't agonize over every small decision. That way lies madness. Mary didn't agonize. She just worked. She had bills to pay, fossils to find, knowledge to pursue. She lived intentionally within her sphere of control and accepted that consequences would cascade beyond it. That's the model. Do good work. Help people when you can. Pursue knowledge. Be kind. Make choices that align with your values, and accept that the consequences will be vast, complex, and unknowable. You're not responsible for controlling the future. You're responsible for acting with integrity in the present. The future will take care of itself, or it won't. Either way, it's beyond your control. Here's the final insight. History isn't a story. It's a million stories intersecting. Mary's story intersects with Mercier's story. Mercier's story intersects with Latouche-Tréville's story. Latouche-Tréville's story intersects with Napoleon's story. Napoleon's story intersects with Wellington's story. And all of them intersect with people whose names we don't know. Soldiers, sailors, families, children who grew up in the aftermath of these events. Each person is the protagonist of their own story. Each person thinks their choices are the important ones. And they're all right, and they're all wrong. Everyone's choices matter, but no one's choices matter more than anyone else's. Mary mattered as much as Napoleon. Her fossil excavation was as historically significant as Waterloo. That's not hyperbole. That's recognition of contingent causation. The universe doesn't privilege emperors over fossil hunters. It doesn't care about status or power or recognition. It just traces causation, and causation is democratic. It flows from everyone equally. Your choices matter as much as anyone's. Your life is as historically significant as Napoleon's or Wellington's or Mary's. You just don't have the documentation to prove it. But the truth doesn't require proof. It just is. Let's end where we began. You wake up on Christmas morning, or any morning. It doesn't matter. Every morning is Christmas morning. Structurally, you have choices to make. Small choices. Mundane choices. Insignificant choices. Except they're not insignificant. They cascade. They create futures. They enable or prevent things you'll never recognize. You're standing on the beach. You're holding a sledgehammer. You're about to do something that might save 8,500 lives or might do nothing at all. You don't know which. And here's the thing. You don't need to know. You just need to show up. Do the work. Make choices that align with your values. Help people when you can. Pursue what matters to you. The consequences will cascade. They always do. Some will be good. Some will be bad. Most will be invisible, but they'll be real. You're Marianne Ning. We're all Marianne Ning, working on Christmas morning, digging for truth, creating futures we'll never see, preventing disasters we'll never recognize. That's the human condition. That's the eternal return of Christmas morning. That's the boring miracle of existence. We matter without knowing how. We change everything without recognition. We die without understanding our legacy. And somehow, despite the chaos and the contingency and the unknowability of it all, we keep going. We keep waking up. Keep making choices. Keep swinging our sledgehammers at the cliffs of circumstance, hoping to find something beautiful, something true, something that matters. And occasionally, maybe once in a lifetime, maybe more, we do. We find the fossil. We prevent the invasion. We change the course of history without ever knowing it. That's Marianne Ning's story. That's your story. That's everyone's story. The boring Christmas morning that stalked an invasion. The mundane choice that saved thousands of lives. The invisible heroism that shapes the future. It happened then. It's happening now. It will happen tomorrow. On every beach. In every life. At every moment. Christmas morning, 1814. Christmas morning forever. You wake up. You have a choice. You don't know if it matters, but you make it anyway. Because that's what humans do. We keep digging. Keep searching. Keep trying. Even when no one's watching. Even when no one will ever know. Even when recognition is impossible and consequences are unknowable. We keep going. Because the fossils are real. The knowledge is real. The prevented invasions are real. Even when they're invisible. Especially when they're invisible. That's the legacy. That's the lesson. That's the truth. You matter. Even when you think you don't. Especially when you think you don't. Just like Mary. Just like everyone. Just like you. The end. Or the beginning. It's hard to tell the difference when every moment is Christmas morning and every choice is a sledgehammer. Swing in every life is an accidental heroism waiting to be forgotten. Thanks for digging with us. Now go prevent something or don't. Either way, you already are. Merry Christmas. Every day.